Two.
Hello, friends and enemies, heroes and villains. Welcome to Epic Realms Off the Pod, the non-podcast podcast. It might be a podcast, I don't know, aka talk show thing. This is a test run show. We're gonna give it a try out, work out the bugs, and I've got our amazing moderator and awesome friend Oct8vious is going to be joining us for Off the Pod, where every 30 seconds we're going to talk about a subject. How are you doing, Oct8vious?
Wait, 30 seconds?
Sorry, 30
seconds?
minutes. 30 minutes.
Oh,
See,
God,
I'm already screwing it up. I'm already
That's
screwing
okay.
up.
We're gonna talk for 30 seconds, and then
Next subject.
Just hit the button. Yeah, it's kind of like speed chess. It'll be fine.
It will.
It'll be
or
cool.
Speed dating. You know?
Right. Why am I?
Boom. See, that's an elbow drop. Me on Oct8vious on that clip. Sorry.
I want more of that. I think I want more of that. But why am I a guinea pig? Are you just doing?
It's because I trust you.
Because of Emmy.
It's because I trust you.
Oh.
Because I trust you, and we've chatted about stuff, and you kind of have an idea of what I wanted to try out. And in fact, some of the format was your idea.
I don't have ideas.
Well, you were chatting with me. Maybe it may or may not have been in person for those that follow Discord, but we were chatting and you were like, well, what about this subject or that? And I was like, well, what if the subject changes? And so it was a conversation we had about
It's the new. Let's change the subject.
Yeah, except for it's still.
We're gonna try to stay on topic for a lot longer, Bentley.
Yeah, this is a little bit more professional.
Try to stay on topic.
Sorry.
Because you're a good.
Not sorry to Oct8vious, but sorry to Mousy. But yeah, I didn't even think about that. Now that Bentley mentions it, I'm like,
no,
oh shit.
It's fine. I think the change the subject was we change the subject constantly in mid subject
and unintentionally.
And unintentionally. Yeah, it was not good. More pin chat, sure.
So we've got some subjects here. You're going to see them cycling on the screen here. And we're gonna start with that one, but we'll get to that one here in a moment.
Cool.
Got it. So Oct8vious, before we start, you've been streaming pretty much non-stop, whether it's on your stream or on Bentley's stream, for what, like, is it like 15 days? Thank you, King Aiden, for the sub. And by the way, everyone who's watching, you can interact. You can chat with us. All the alerts are turned on, the ones that matter anyhow, so we can hear them and see them and chat. So yeah. So yeah, let's talk about your 14, 15, 16 days in a row streaming, whether it's on yours or on Bentley's. How did that come about? Why did you decide to do so many, going from I'm never going to stream to 17, 20,000 days in a row?
So it's funny. It's really ironic that you said decide, because I don't get to decide. I'm pretty much forced to stream, as you know. So I was not allowed a day off over the break. So I'm not sure what you mean decide. Lies. Nope, not lies. It's all true. I guess I thought that people, to be honest, I thought that people probably had days off during the holiday and basically wanted to have a place for people to, hang out and go to if they didn't have anything else to do with their family or didn't have family or anything like that to hang out with, or just wanted to get away from family, something like that. That was the idea behind it, and just kind of having a forum for that. So, and a lot of people showed up and it was really awesome. Our community is just a great place and really accepting, and they really just, churned out and chatted. And so that was the idea behind it.
Awesome. Red just learned that the exclamation mark hump actually does now have a night bottle thing. We're having sound issues with the alerts. God, I don't know what it is. I can't. It looks, all the sound alerts look like I have monitor off. I only hear it once.
I heard it on my end, okay, but of course I don't have your stream up. So
do you have me on more than one screen there, Bentley?
I have you.
I don't know. It says sound issues. I don't know what the sound issues are. I can't. Nightbot, I spell shit how I want to spell
now
it.
Red's having an argument with Nightbot. I don't think you're gonna win, Red. I feel like that's an argument you can't win. You can't win.
Sounds like mine where it sounds like it's glitchy.
Oh no.
I don't know.
I
I'll
did
have
have
to...
issues. I've had issues with Stream Elements doing that to me um, a couple of times. So, or
Well,
too low. I don't know.
well, here, let me pull it up. I'll give it its own thing so I can visually see the alert. I'll pull up the alert box so I can manually see it and see if it, on my end, when it plays. Next time it plays, it'll have to play for me to see it, and I'll have to think to look at it. So with that being said,
Yes.
are you ready for our first topic? Our first topic
Sure.
is first role-playing game character, first RPG character. Octavius, you have... Oh, no. Yeah, there's the timer. You have recently started role-playing. Is this your first character, or do you have one before that?
So yeah, that's my first character, my first time doing it. My first time playing D&D of any kind whatsoever. Again, I'm just forced to do everything. And so again, forced to play D&D. But yeah, my first character creation process, and Bentley, uh, Pixel Nix, and Steven the Shark took me through the process of actually creating a character. And Red is also part of that group too, with
Okay.
Steven the Shark DMing. So we're having a good time. That's off stream, but yeah, it's interesting to see the process, and Steven the Shark and Pixel Nix are very experienced, so they've played tons of this, and so
Right.
they're hand holding me, and they're being very patient with my. I got the olds, the really old, so I forget a lot of things, so they're being very patient with me.
Gotcha. What's your character? What was it about?
It is a
And why did you choose it?
so it's a I was like, okay, my first character isn't going to be far off from my personality, I feel like. So I chose to do a rogue. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
And the name is Cthulhu Bakaman with apostrophes in there, but nobody can say it, so they mess it up. And Pixel Nix calls him Kiki for whatever reason, because there's a K there. And so I didn't like her at first, but things happened in the campaign, and so now I like Pixel's character now, and Kiki is fine with me when it wasn't before. So that's cool. But basically, he's a rogue who in the beginning had his mother killed by somebody. Not sure if his father owed money. He's not sure of the whole story.
Okay.
And basically, then what happened was he became like this kind of a ruffian a little bit, but then his father also got killed by the same person. And so now he's this kind of a loner, kind of keeps people at an arm's distance, and wants to try to avenge their deaths by finding the person responsible for their deaths. And in the campaign now at this point, he's also acquired some necromantic powers, so he's becoming this I forget what the subclass is, and that as a result of what happened in the campaign. So Bentley's character actually almost caused him to die with her wild magic at the time.
Okay.
And anyway, so that's the story behind him acquiring that. That was not planned in the beginning, and that's, I think, was the kind of an interesting metamorphosis when you're talking about how organic sometimes this can be. And so I was like, I can't do what I plan to do. This happened in the campaign. I feel like that should be the progression of the character now, because he acquired this from almost dying from whatever wild magic that happened. So
Yeah.
and that's kind of where we're at now in the campaign. So it's been an interesting experience. I did write a little backstory for it, and then the DM or GM, whatever you want to call it, took that story and kind of incorporated into the campaign for me, so as to make an interesting story around it. So I mean, that kudos to Steven the Shark for doing that.
Yeah. Steven the Shark. Can we get a shout out for Steven the Shark?
Steven the
Somebody who's in there
Shark.
that's not Octavius. I don't
Oh,
know if
okay.
Bentley's
No
still in
typing.
there. No typing.
Can I
No typing.
wait a minute? I what's the question? Can I explain? I mean, I think that's a fundamental physical constant of the foundational importance of quantum mechanics. The constant gives the relationship between energy and of a photon and its frequency, and by which the mass energy equivalent, and the relationship between mass and frequency. There you go, Mucky. Nice try, though.
Planck's hypothesis of what the postulates the Planck's quantum theory. Yeah.
Mhm.
No, I pass. Glad you said it. You said it so eloquently.
Right.
What caused, like, how hard was it to go on building a character? Because like I built my first character. It was
Let's get ready to
yeah. Our alerts are acting weird. Oh, because I have.
So I didn't hear that alert either, by the way.
Neither did I. Did you guys? Did those hear those in the other adverse land? Hear that? This is so maybe maybe they are just acting weird. You heard that one. Yeah, it looked like it. Oh, you know why? Because I have it in here we go. That should fix it. That should fix that. So I set it up where the
Yay.
audio comes through the stream, where I can see it,
Oh,
where
okay.
I can
Gotcha.
adjust it. But I had it on monitor off, so we couldn't hear it. It would just play automatically. So
Oh,
now I have
gotcha.
it where
Okay.
it's on monitor only, but the desktop audio will pick it up. So
Nice.
So there we go.
So you asked if I found it difficult to create the character. Is that right?
yeah, when you're coming up with a character, you hadn't role played before, so was it easier because you just came up with, you had seen so much where it was good, or how did that?
Not.
Or were you like, I
don't
have no idea how to
think
make
so.
it, and
I know how to make characters. So I just drew on that skill set, I guess, to create a character. And so I wrote the story first, and then just went through the process of creating. I've played Dungeons and Dragons games, like computer games,
right?
for forever,
And it's
so I
and a lot of those
knew.
games are exactly the same, right?
Yeah, basically. I mean, so Pools of Radiance, right, when it came out on the old DOS Apple kind of stuff, and so I
Yeah,
played
which you're gonna
those.
play on
So
Steam, right? Sometime you're gonna
I'm
in
not
your
going to
retro
play
gaming.
none. I'm not going to play that. I will
That
play
doesn't count
a
as a
lot of
retro
retro
stream
games.
for you, or what?
It would, except for I feel like it's a lot of keystrokes, a lot of inventory management, and it's probably be boring, I would say. But I mean, I could read those games at that time came with like a manual, and so it said, "Oh, check out journal page 65," and that didn't have the text in the game. So then you'd open the book and you'd read, "Oh, that's what happened. Oh, okay," and that was the game
For those
at
that
the
are under
time.
the age of 20, back in the day, video games came with instruction manuals. You didn't just have to figure that shit out.
And a cloth map.
And those that are younger than 10 years old, you shouldn't be in the stream.
Yes.
But if you are,
exactly.
back in the day, there were instruction manuals, and even more recent, there were tutorials. They don't do any of that now. Now it's just like, figure it out.
Say, here's the game, figure it out, loser, is what they say to you, basically. Yeah. That's how it is. And so no, I didn't really, I know what hit points are, dexterity, and all the things. So I knew all the things. But some of the nuances of using like a website, basically we're using D&D Beyond to create the character. So getting those kind of instruction from some people who are more experienced was essential for actually getting the character created so that it's viewable by everybody else, was kind of what it was. But I figured that doing a Dungeons and Dragons in person, doing like the role play part of it, I think was going to be difficult for me because you're trying to be that character. So to me, like, that's why I wanted to make a character that was that fits a persona, right, that wasn't too far away from my own persona, so that I can, like a little bit over the top Octavius, but not so far off that I'm trying to play somebody that I cannot relate to, right? Like if I played a female fashion designer, I don't know anything about any of those things.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I don't know anything about
that
women.
T-shirt
or
you
fashion.
have on is the height of fashion.
Actually, yes. It is. It is the highlight of fashion, and I'm touching the ER and nothing else.
Nothing else as his hands go
available.
off screen.
This is available. Is it off?
There, do you hear it now?
Mm.
Does everybody hear that now?
I heard it.
That's
I
good.
heard it.
It was really loud on my
You
end.
could have acted. Has not babies. I could have.
You could have acted
That's true.
Oct8vious.
Oct8vious, sure.
All right,
But
now
yeah,
that
I
Steven's
think
here, we should
this
stop
is good.
talking about his game.
Steven's like the worst. Is Steven here? Because he's the worst. He's not here. Steven is the absolute worst best. Because he's always. This is Steven as a GM. You ready for an impression of Steven as a GM? Hey, Steven. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and stealth. Okay, roll for it. All right. I got a 19, Steven. I got a 19. Yeah, you think you're hidden. Every time we think we're hidden, we think we're like this, and then we're doing stuff, and he's like, we can hear him rolling the dice. We can hear him doing this, and he's got this, and he can't help himself because he's plotting things and doing things, and we don't like any of it.
See, as a GM, I used to always roll the dice, even when nothing was going on. If there's nothing going on, I'd be like, roll the dice.
I don't know what he's. Yeah, he
and
might be doing that. I have no idea.
Don't know.
He could be. He
and
could
sometimes
be doing
I'm just
that.
rolling dice just to make people paranoid.
Yeah, our butt cheeks clench, and he's what is he doing? I have no idea. And so the sound cut in and out on the alert thing.
Yeah, I see that. And there's nothing like it sounded fine to us, so I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't
Not
say
sure.
you think you're hidden. Sometimes I tell you that you're not hidden.
That is also accurate.
There is epic
also
merch.
accurate.
It's down below. Go down to the
Epic
panels.
merch.
Go down to the panels. There is merch.
Get all the
That
merch.
is
Get all the merch.
Hello,
You
JR.
too. You too can look as good. Whoops. You can look as good as Oct8vious does right now.
Thank you. Thank
I
you.
only
Bentley,
look
for
this good in
posting one.
Epic's merch.
I forgot what the exclamation mark thing was, so I was like, it's in the
It's
panels.
just merch.
Not under the guest page. Oh,
No. So what about you? What was your first character that you've developed for D&D, and when did that start? Did you start as a child? Did you start it? And I'm talking about in person. I'm sure you played computer games in the past.
Right. I didn't play. So I played D&D was not my first role playing game.
Okay.
A game called GURPS, which we've heard on the podcast. Some of our guests talked about. We've had the creator of GURPS on the podcast, Steve Jackson. The generic universal role playing system. But it was still a medieval fantasy game that we were playing. It's just that the person I met ran GURPS. That was what they knew. They didn't play D&D. And I didn't know anything about role playing at all. So I made, and if that you could build pretty much anything. So I made a character. This is high school. This is my freshman year in high school. And I made a character he had multiple personality syndrome. During the day, one personality would come out. And that was the happy-go-lucky, personable, like, friendly kid. That was the Bruce Wayne to the Nighttime's Batman. And his name was Aeolus. And I literally stole it straight from the
Boggy!
Welcome to the channel.
Come on in, dude. Lobby's up. It's a
Raid.
standard ready up lobby. 0853.
Said happy smiley.
Yeah, we're going to have some of the Pigs Legends are going to be in here playing with us too. So it's going to be like a multi-purpose stream tonight, guys. So get in there. We got the Pigs Legends and the Ready Up crew killing each other. It's always fun.
You know,
That was fun.
I always kind of laughed in our own like.
Are the clips sound coming
Could
through?
you guys imagine Ready Up level Legends versus Ready Up crew?
We
Welcome on in, Raiders. Thank you so much for the raid, Identity Crisis. How are you doing? Fucking light Octavius. You ass. Welcome on in, Raiders. Those of you who don't know me, I am friends with Identity Crisis. We are doing I host a podcast, and we're starting a new show called Off the Pod, which is not a podcast where we're spending 30 seconds talking, 30 minutes,
30 minutes.
minutes talking about a subject,
Minutes.
and then we change subjects, but we're also chatting with you guys and interacting with chat and all of that kind of stuff. The clips are sounding fine, but the raid alerts cut in the buttons. It's like this one, and then it's 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 that one, and then we're dancing. We're dancing on the controller. We're dancing. Dancing on the controller. Don't know what these buttons do, but we're doing them anyhow. I'm feeling bad, yeah. Thank you, Arati Mama. Yes, 30 minutes per subject, then the subject changes. That one was fine. Okay, maybe so. Then it's, you know what? I wonder if it's just certain alerts. I wonder if it's just
I think
like
the sound was fine on that one, but I'm not sure that the alert itself was fine, because that was you should have a top hat and a magic stick or
you know,
something.
out
while
of
you're
all
doing
of the
that.
alerts, out of all of the alerts of me singing stupid shit on the spot, I hate all of them except for that
Yeah.
one. That one
You like
entertains
that
the
one.
hell out of
Okay.
me.
All right. Fair.
Uh,
That's fair. They all entertain us, so we appreciate you.
So yeah, we're doing 30 minutes on a topic. The topics are changing. They're not all even the similar. So this is currently we're talking about first role playing characters. But this is Monday nights. The idea was the Monday nights would be chat. So we have the podcast and then another show. This is the test run. This is the trial run of the other show. Tomorrow is video games. Wednesday is usually role playing based games as well. And later on this summer, we're going to be adding Thursday and Friday. Regular Thursday and Friday streams as well, although I do still stream on other days periodically, filled in. But Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday is our normal stream times, 6 o'clock till 10 p.m. Central, roughly. So thank you, Identity Crisis, my man. Welcome on in. If those of you who are with us, if you don't follow Identity Crisis, go and do so. Let's get ready to... Is the next
It is
subject
like Monday Night Raw.
Yeah,
it is.
Is
This
the next
Monday
subject?
Night
What is your
Raw
top 10 most
in
annoying?
this corner?
That's right. So yeah, I my first gaming game was not my first gaming character was in GURPS, and yeah, he was Eolus, who was like the smart aleck, charismatic character, and then at night he was Shirak. He had a vow not to speak.
Pokemon is up. Get your Pokemon. Get your Pokemon. Get your Pokemon. She's a cutie pie.
He didn't talk at night. He was like the master of pressure points. And like he was like you could touch a spot and like paralyzed. Yeah.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
all kinds of stuff. So
Acupuncturist. Nice.
it was crazy.
Did he have
and
did he have a voice like that?
No, he didn't talk.
Did he do he didn't talk at all?
He had a vow not to speak. So he's like
I
Mandalorian.
think that's a
with-
cop out. You're like, I don't want to role play. I'm not gonna talk.
Well, that was just it. So it was
Mhm.
the character was all right. There
Sounds
was some
awesome,
changing.
though.
There eventually became like a third personality. The personality started like shifting when they would come out. We found out later that they were forced together and they didn't know about it. So they were trying to like get them. So eventually they all separated, and became their own distinct people. But eventually, they just turned into I just made a different character in that world. So it didn't matter. My first D&D character though, was made my good friend.
Turn it up. Yeah. Turn it up. Yeah. Turn it up. Yeah. Turn it up. Yeah.
Mucky hopes this makes YouTube for science.
It probably will. These will probably end up being on YouTube. Very
Wait, what?
likely. Very likely.
I haven't signed up for that.
They may at one point end up being a podcast form, or they might be like if I do end up following through on Patreon. But that's for a later subject later on. So yeah, my first D&D character was a character called Terranon. I drew him up. He wore studded leather armor, but he had the Nightwing symbol in the leather studs because I was a big fan
Okay.
of Nightwing. And I was like, I want him to be like Nightwing, and he had two batons like Nightwing did, but they were basically he was dual wielding clubs. It was ridiculous and silly. So it took a while before my characters, it was early in high school, kids. And
Kids.
so yeah, your view on how things should be and your inspiration for things are very limited, and your scope of what you're building is very limited. So there was a question Curly Girl had asked.
Yep.
If
Yeah, I
you
see
could
that.
rebuild your first character, what would you do differently? I don't know if that'd be easy for you, Octavius, because you
I think it's fine.
you just built it.
Like I say, I could build compelling characters regardless. So I think I did that. I did a good job of that part of it. I think if I was to rebuild it, I would do, now that I've kind of done this for a little bit, I think I would do something out of, like, just slightly out of my comfort zone. I think that's important for people to do in general. Do a couple of things just slightly out of your comfort zone so that you can kind of grow as a person. And so trying to do this, I think, just a little bit out of my comfort zone. Like maybe I do that female fashion designer. It's out of my comfort zone. I have no idea, and see how that makes you a better, kind of a D&D player, like trying to fit into that role, trying to think of what I would do, what I would say, what that character would do. I think that's important for anybody to do, whether it's, like, hey, go on that skydiving thing. Hey, go and try something new that's a little bit out of your comfort zone, that you're a little bit afraid of. If you're not afraid of doing something, then maybe try to find something you are just a little bit slightly afraid of. Go do that. And I think that helps you grow as a person. So I think that's what I would change.
I think that's how you learn too. Learn characters and growth, like you said. But I think for a lot of my characters, I put a little thing in there, and it's like, okay, what would my character Dalibor is an alchemist, so it's like, okay, I need to learn some terms, maybe some alchemy terms, and I didn't get to use them a whole heck of a lot. But sometimes, like when you're role playing, so my Captain Drake persona came from a role-playing character known as Captain Max Dragonfly. And I literally researched the hell so I could play the character properly. Here's the, which one is port, which one is starboard, the names of all the masts, strategies for sailing, and what pirates would do to catch ships. Study, read, so that I could role-play these ideas and these concepts. Right. And eventually I just knew him so much that, like, I could jump in. I wouldn't even have to have my notes next to me. I just jump in with voice, jump in with character. And then, of course, when it came to performing, it was really easy because I had all that knowledge already.
Right.
Was I master of tying knots? No, that wasn't a skill I learned, but I had knowledge of, like, strategies and things and what they would do, and historical accuracies as well as cinematic accuracies.
Yeah, I mean, that's important too for the immersion, right? For the other people playing with you. Also, if you're doing it on stream, for the people watching. And I think when I'm doing a character or creating a character, for example, I wrote a character about somebody who's like studies dolphins, right? So I've read a couple books about somebody who's an oceanographer and does that. And so that's kind of what you got to do to try to get in that headspace. Like you said, learn the terminology, so you kind of sound like that character. And that's all you have to do, really. I think if you're trying to role play, is kind of learn the terminology, sound like you know what you're talking about, and also exude confidence when you're trying to say something. And you just look like you know what you're talking about. Whether or not the other people know the terms, they don't have to. As long as you're confident in what you're saying, I think that's that you could pull it off.
And if you have fun, gotta have fun.
Fun. Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I gotta write that down.
Yeah, you better write that down.
I
think if I were to redo my first,
is that no salt then?
No salt.
Fun.
To answer the question, if I were to remake that first character, the very first character,
okay,
I think there'd have to be something special to do with the multiple personalities, and I'd have to make both characters. They would have to be different, but they'd still have to be different, but they'd still both have to be playable. Like having this vow of silence, that's not really good for role playing. Although I have had another character that had to do that, and in person role playing that's great because you can make hand gestures, you can do things, facial features, whatever you can to get across your thing, but that doesn't come across very well online or on stream.
Sure.
So, but I did have a character later that had that vow of silence, and I had 2 or 3 people that were getting really good of knowing what I was saying without saying. And it was a limited thing. It was like a curse or something where I couldn't talk.
Sure. Okay.
So yeah, I think something like that. I do have an idea, which I've brought up to a handful of people that I want to do for a stream sometime. And there is all the characters they're in like an asylum, and they have something some sort of disorder, cinematic disorder, not real disorder. I mean, they are real disorders. Don't get me wrong. Like multiple personality syndrome, like that's a real thing, but we're not poking light at that, but it is a lighthearted, more fun stream. But the idea is that people can spend their channel points to affect every character. So like they spend channel points, the character changes, then they literally change their character sheet midstream and how they play that character. And maybe they have different powers. This is like a superhero type game. So like the personality switches and their character sheet changes.
Have you seen chat? I mean, have you seen chat? That sounds dangerous, sir.
Right. And there's another,
our community? I'm looking at chat right now. It's like
the other idea is that when they spend channel points, the GM changes.
Oh, wow.
I'm looking at you, Steven the Shark. I'm looking at you,
Steven the Shark, Blind GM, any of those guys would be
so
amazing.
I've currently got so there's going to be 3 or 4 other players, and one player will swap out every show. So we're going to have 2 or 3 permanent players, and the other ones will swap out. And of course, I've talked to all people who are experienced GMs, because this is the kind of thing that all of us who have been doing it for years, it's still a little daunting, because whoever the starting GM is, it's like, whose line is it anyway? It's actually going to be called Whose Game Is It Anyway?
Okay.
Is that going to be the name of the stream? And it's not going to be for a couple more months because we're still working out the kinks, but that's an official.
Are you the Drew Carey then? Is that what you're saying?
No, there isn't one. We are all whoever the GM, the Drew Carey is going to change.
The Drew Carey is the GM. Okay.
So I will always start off. My character. So my character personally is stagnant. It's a normal character. My character is stuck in a machine, and that machine glitches. And it's kind of like Quad Bleep, where I end up getting shot into the body of one of the other players, and then that person ends up in the machine. Whoever's in the machine is the GM.
Okay, so it's Scott Bakula. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
So then I am in the game.
Most generic actor you can think of.
Then I am in the game in that character's body.
Nice.
With my powers, but the GM is there in the background.
Oh, this is a great idea.
Yeah.
See, that is a creative and great idea. I think that's going to be really great. I enjoy this idea, and I can't wait to see what you guys
haven't spoken it out loud till just now on stream, just because I didn't want anyone stealing my goddamn idea. But it's so close now that the new year's here, and I'm gonna
I don't to be honest with you, I mean, they could try, but I think implementation is going to be your forte because of the group of people and actors that you have around you. So I think you're gonna be able to pull this off if anybody can. So this is gonna be pretty fun. Stay tuned on the Discords and stuff for announcements for this, but it's gonna be great.
It's gonna be ridiculous. Yeah, there's gonna be redemptions for every character, so you can affect a change to every character.
We're gonna fuck shit up. I can't wait for this.
There's also going to be ones where like, so here's the best part. You don't know
I
the story.
have so much channel points. This is great.
Wait, I forgot one part. The story has to end by the end of stream. So if push comes to shove, if there's no resolution to the story, the GM has to come up with a reason for the story to end. Whether it be a Deus Ex Machina, some major hero in the world comes in as like, you freaking idiots, and fixes the problem, or whatever the reason is. However it goes, because if you get 5 GMs changing, you don't know what the story is or where it's going to go. So yeah, it's so whoever the GM is has to come up with a resolution, because the story needs to end and they need to be back at the asylum by the end of the game.
Sure.
So, is any of Oct8vious' role playing available on essentialtapes.gov? Silence from the courts. But yeah, my first Pterodon character for D&D, I don't remember enough about him to know whether or not how I would remake him, so it's a little bit of that. So yeah.
Nightmare doesn't know what we're talking about because Angel, right? Sorry, Nightmare. You're going to be corrupted by the entire chat, this stream, and
wait, I don't understand why. What doesn't she understand about Angel?
I mean,
she was talking. We were talking, because we were talking about how they were horrible, and Yep. You're angels.
Mm-hmm.
Nightmare Sphinx with the name Nightmare Sphinx saying that she is an angel.
Yes,
I mean, she is. She's right. She's accurate. That's accurate.
That's accurate. Have you seen Nightmare Sminks?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I have never seen Oct8vious blush before. That's
I'm
not
not
blushing. That's just
blushing.
alcohol.
I'm alcohol.
That's alcohol
I was gonna
flush.
say, that's alcohol. It's alcohol. I must become more red. 35 seconds. 35 seconds. Do you have any more to say about D&D, sir?
D&D, yes. First role-playing character? I don't know. Maybe. I mean, but it's hard because for me it's so far back, and for you it's so new. So maybe I think it was a good first topic.
Yeah, for sure. I think that you, given your experience, you look back on that. But to me, that first character that you described sounds compelling to me only because of my lack of experience. So switching personalities. But ironically, no, you can't write me off. No, I'm still talking. Sorry, Grammy Award winning whatever. Not, I don't care about you, music. I'm gonna say this. It really sounds. Listen. It really sounds.
We got it done. It's over. Our subject is over.
Nope,
it's
I'm
done.
talking.
No.
I'm not done. I don't care about you, music. Music can go.
Wait, hold on.
Go, music can go whatever.
Oct8vious has no clue that I just muted him. Oh, but I can't unmute him. He's still going, guys. He's still going. You can. I can't unmute you. I muted you. I was like, this will be funny, and I'm like, shit, I can't unmute him. Only he can unmute himself. Nope, sorry. Oh, I thought that would be funny, but apparently it backfired. Are you done? Are you done?
Okay. Yeah, I'm done. I'm done.
Your first character.
So your first
seems...
character seems like your new premise for the new D&D stream, like a multiple personality. So
exactly.
I think that's ironic.
That's why I brought it up, because I was like, if I were to play something like that, I think that would be a good place.
I got
for
it.
that. All right, we're talking about streaming. We got a bunch of other streamers.
Now we're
here.
doing what? Oh, stream likes and dislikes. Oh.
So there are things that all of us.
I need to. Ooh, like stream likes doing this.
Oh yeah.
I like that.
So things that we like, whether it's turn him off. Yeah. No, wait. So all of us have things that we like and dislike, whether it's when we're streaming. There are things that I like when I'm streaming, like to do when I'm streaming, and things that I don't like to do when I'm streaming. But there's also things that I like to watch or listen to when I'm streaming, and things I don't necessarily like to, or when I come into a new stream, I go, nah, I'm out. So, and I'll start just because there's a lot of stuff.
Are those preferences reflective of when you do stream? So you say that you like certain things when you watch, and so the things that you like to see when you watch, are you doing those things on your stream?
Yeah. When I first started, there were must have things that I had on there. I needed to have good audio.
Your timer isn't going, by the way.
Oh, right. Hold on.
Reset. You have 30 seconds. I mean minutes. I mean seconds. I mean minutes.
Mucky.
You got it. You got it.
Fly. I think that there are. I'm like rewinding in my brain. Like, where was I? When I first started streaming, there are certain things that I felt like I needed to do to have my stream be good. Because obviously you have to deal with people that are cycling in, especially when you're first starting and you don't have a starting audience to get you're in the bottom of the list when you have 3 viewers and there's 100 people. Finding your stream, you got to scroll for somebody to find your stream. So unless it's through a raid or through something else, you need to get those periodic viewers that are just cycling through, or those raider viewers or any of that kind of stuff. So to me, it was like, how do I get people to come in and stick for at least a few seconds to at least get my personality, just to listen. Number one is like audio. need to have decent sound. If my mic's cutting in and out, if my mic is crackling, if it's fluctuating, coming from a person who worked in radio, silence. So like I'll have, if I think it's going to be a slow, when I first started, I had music playing in the background so that there was something always audio going on. You need to hear the video game. If if they're playing a game, hear the video game. A picture. If I can't see the streamer, I don't want to watch the stream. That's me personally. That's not everybody. Some people don't care, but I have a hard time when watching. I want to see the person. I want to see their facial expressions, their features, their reactions. I want to see them doing something. I want to see their eyes tracking a game or watching their guest or whatever they're doing. I want to see them. So I needed to have camera, and I needed to have decent camera. Obviously, you guys see my amazing birthday gift. New lighting! The camera is the same, but the quality looks so much better because of the lighting. So the lighting wasn't a must-have, but eventually I wanted the pixelated thing to go. If I didn't have the green screen, obviously I don't have it now, I wanted a decent border. I wanted a border that made sense. If you don't have a border, having things placed in the right position, what you can see of the person, all of that kind of stuff kind of mattered to me. Things I see what Oct8vious is.
Yeah.
I heard it right after I said it. I'm like, oh, they're going to get me for this. When things are placed in the right position. So that was all stuff that definitely, when I first started, I was like, this is what I need to have to at least start. So I need to have a decent camera. I need to have a decent microphone. I need to have it look somewhat, decent, because my personality, I think, can come across. As Oct8vious knows, a lot of people come to Oct8vious. He's fun to watch, very active. You are you are able to keep chatting a lot longer than when I'm doing something, I will have pauses where I don't say things. And I view that to myself as a drawback. But you're always finding something new to say. And I'm like just repeating myself. All of the clips of me singing, it's literally my brain going, I need to fill airtime. I need to fill airtime. I need to fill airtime. And so it's just playing whatever song is stuck in my head or whatever thing is stuck in my head to fill airtime is really why that happens. So it's kind of my subconscious going, it's silent. I need to say something. And so that's to start. that's kind of how I started. I don't know. How about you? Because obviously you started a little bit more recently, and obviously come from a community of viewers and watchers and streamers of people. So you've seen it all before you started. So how did you pick and choose what you wanted to do?
I basically just picked and choose what I wanted to do based on what I like to see. So looking at different streams, I was like, oh, I don't like that. Oh, I don't like this. Oh, I like this. This is cool. But I echo what you say about audio. Audio is not everything, so to speak, but if you've got things like, I've been to streams where you're like, oh, I can't listen to this, and if I can't listen to this, then I can't watch it. Right. So if something is happening, and I understand technical issues happen, right, but if you don't have things set up audio wise, then it's tough. But yeah, I don't think that everybody has their own voice, and I'm don't eat it. Don't swallow it. Don't eat it. Don't put it in your mouth.
And I do not polish my scalp, Hendy. I do not polish my scalp.
No, it looks naturally that sheen. It's like
the lighting.
He uses tiger blood.
It's the lighting.
I don't know. Charlie's sheening it up over here.
Here, I'll fix it.
So yeah, it's the lighting. See, look, now it's scary. Now it's better. Now it's scary again. That's yep. You shouldn't have pressed a button.
I'm turning it. I got a knob now. I got a knob.
You got a knob?
I got all kinds of new things. We'll talk
turning the buttons, guys. So yeah, I think turn it up. Yeah.
Tune it up.
Hello. So it's really just like a preference thing. So when I'm doing stuff, I don't know if my audio is very good. Nobody's ever really said anything, but I try to make it so that it is. And so getting like a mic, like instead of the headset mic, maybe getting a little bit better mic. I don't have a very good camera, and so it's not like an SLR camera, but it is a just a webcam camera. Next thing, maybe an SLR camera.
Same.
However, I won't look as good, and I need to be 480p, I feel like. So I don't know if I want an SLR camera to see every pore on my face. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. But I feel like sometimes but I echo you again. I think we're of like mind of like I want to see a person's face. And I feel like we as humans identify and relate to anybody who's on stream doing expressions like, hey, you're getting scared. So like somebody, for example, like Ryvan, if you watch a Ryvan clip, he is gonna scream every time. Like he just screams. But you're like, oh, he's scared on that. Yeah, I would have been freaked out too. You can identify with it, therefore you connect with the streamer a little bit better, right?
Right.
If you have the cam on. And that's just how I feel. Now people don't have cameras on, they don't feel comfortable with it, and I understand that. And
Right,
some people
yeah.
just like to watch gameplay, like they just want to
That's
see
true.
somebody gaming really well, and that's fine. I mean, everybody has their own preference, but for me personally, I want to connect with the streamer, and to do that, I like the camera, and also somebody who is chatty in the stream, like somebody who is seeing the chat and then responding to what's in chat. So right now we're not responding as much as we'd like to in chat, and I feel like I'm like, oh no, I'm not doing that right now.
Right.
But we're kind of just talking about a topic right now, so it's a little bit different.
Although Hende said, pretty sure streamers care more about stream quality than 90% of the viewers.
Yeah, I think that's true. That's definitely true. And I don't try to, I don't, the stream quality, I'm like,
Here's the thing for me.
it is a little bit perfectionism, right?
I want to say something about that, because I think 90 to 95% of streamers were viewers before they were streamers. Oct8vious, were you a viewer before you were a streamer? Did you watch other streams before? I was a viewer before I was
forced to stream before. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so like a lot of the things for me, but now again, I come, I did radio, some TV type stuff, commercials and whatnot. So like, I guess maybe I see it from a different point of view, a different eye than things. But just, when I'm going through and watching, I'm just, there are some things where I'm just like, I can't get into this, XYZ streamer for whatever reason. But yeah, like you said, sometimes you don't know, like, is this person uncomfortable on camera, but they want to be a streamer, they want to stream. Maybe the option for them is to do the VTubing, because sometimes some of the VTubes, I mean, I follow Angel, Seven Tail Fox is a VTuber, Lady the Fae, who's one of my moderators, is a VTuber, and so I follow people who are VTubers, and they can be really awesome. And the quality of the VTubes, I think, matters for that. So if they don't really move very well, they need to have something else. Seven Tail Fox has a fun VTube where his isn't super close, but you can interact and you can throw things at his VTube, and so that makes it more fun.
Right.
And
Angel does too. I mean, those are advanced. Like you can, like some of the VTube stuff, it doesn't matter if you can see their face, because the VTube gives them the expressions that you're looking for. Like it really, the facial expressions, the movements interact as if they were there interacting. And so following that stuff, if you've got a nice quality VTube, that's preferable to me over no cam whatsoever. However, one caveat to that is that if they have no cam, but they are interactive with the chat a lot, that also gives you that human connection, right? People, we are programmed for connection, right? Humans are programmed for connection, no matter how introverted we want to think we are. We definitely, some of us are more than others, but unfortunately we are wired for connection, and so that's why kind of we are all here anyway. And so if you can, I don't think that somebody who doesn't want to be on cam is like, okay, they're not going to be a very good streamer. Not true. If you can connect with your audience at some way, whether it being you are just a phenomenal gamer, you're just watching in awe, or you can connect with people via chat, by really interacting with them. However you can connect with a person is going to be your whatever word I'm trying to use there.
Yeah, and maybe you have an amazing, phenomenal voice. Maybe you have a regular
mean, that-
voice,
that
but
could
that's
be-
your normal voice every time you talk.
Every time you use it.
That's a digital high five on my from me to you. Octavius.
Okay.
The
Nice.
radio voice. Should we just do the rest of the show just like
Rest
this?
of the show on the radio voice. This is W Balls 27.4 in your. No, it's not. It's not. I won't do that.
You're stealing your gimmick from Bentley Street.
I am
What the
simming my. Yeah,
You
it's
can't-
my own gimmick. I can
heck? Drink
steal
for
my
you.
own-
Drink for you.
Drink for me. Hmm.
So yeah,
Yes.
I really liked. We were talking about VTubers and Angel,
Mhm.
who is
Okay.
mostly a Stream Raiders streamer,
Raiders,
but
yeah.
she does other
But
kinds
she
of
does-
stuff.
Doesn't she also do the Stream Pirates?
She does Stream Pirates, but she also does other games while she's doing. She does Dead by Daylight. She does the
Okay.
Raid, and she does a handful of different games. But she, I've seen her. She started without the VTube, and then she went to VTube. But like I saw her go through iterations of that VTube animation, and every once in a while, like it'll upgrade. So like now she's got like single strands of hair that move and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
you don't have to get the greatest VTube to start. Get something that's cheap that fits you, and then as you progress, upgrade it. I think that's one of the
Yeah.
biggest things that for me was like, when I first started, I can't do all of the things because I don't have all of the things. I can't afford
Yes.
all of the things. You know,
Right.
when I started, which was only 2 years ago, guys, I had 2 Stream Decks. I had no Stream Decks. My microphone was literally my old DJ equipment put in through an actual physical soundboard, fed into the computer,
Sure.
an older webcam. I didn't have
Mhm.
any stream lights, so I was just using the overhead lights, and the windows were open and whatever. And
Yeah.
so, that was enough to start.
Yeah. That's definitely a great point. I think that just getting out there and starting, and your stream can progress naturally. Like you get better lighting. Like I got some lighting. I got this sign. I got the better mic, a better kind of a setup overall. But are you able to pause the timer, because there's some really great points in chat? Maybe we want to read through.
Well, we can
I
do
think,
we can do that after the timer's over, but we can still do it. I mean,
sure.
it's on the subject.
We could definitely still do it.
It's still
I
on
know
the
that-
subject. Go ahead.
It is still on the subject. I know that Hende said, I'm pretty sure we addressed that, but Bentley says that that's probably, let's see, I like to see person's face. I want to see reactions. So people definitely like reactions for sure. Red doesn't like hisses at the thought of people.
That's what I probably true
understand
personality,
that.
but I want to give the best for my viewers, right?
Yeah, that's true too. Yep. And Hendate says that they'd rather see someone without a cam than a VTuber. And then Lyric kind of echoes that with the avatar seems dispassionate though.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's
Okay.
a tough one to get across too. But you got to kind of get across in your voice. You got to kind of, if you're interacting on the chat, if you can give passion in your voice, like, oh man, I see what you're saying there. I can relate to that. If you get that kind of connection, I think no matter what's on the screen, I think you could still make that connection.
Right. Vroid
with people.
Studio is the free model maker. It's what I use to make my models. Okay. That's what Lady the Face says.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, and some people just don't want to be on camera for whatever reasons, and so yeah,
Sure.
that is an option if you want an animation. But yeah, obviously we said.
Wait,
some
am I
people-
on camera now?
Yeah, you are.
Oh.
You should take it off of your seat and then put it back on top of your computer so that you're no longer on your camera.
Oh, they're just looking at. Wow, that's a. Okay, moving on. And so anyway,
When-
yes.
When you're going along with the raid, what like when you go along with the raid and you come in, what is the difference between you clicking follow and you clicking nope?
Oh, yeah, that's an interesting one. So if I go along with the raid, I'm in there, raid. Welcome in, Oct8vious. Welcome in. Welcoming me in is paramount. Like, if they go, welcome in, like, for example, if they go, welcome in, Lady LaFay, welcome in, Redneck Jedi, welcome in, Bentley, and my name is sitting there and they skip me, I'm like, nope.
Yeah.
No, sorry. And I know it's not their fault or it's a mistake, but I feel excluded and I don't feel like I'm welcome
Or
for
there's
whatever
Yeah.
reason.
And that's
And
hard
that's
when there's
just-
a bunch of people though too.
It is hard. I understand that, but when you got a raid, a first impression is everything, right?
Yeah.
So, first impression is everything. Then also too, if they have a personality that clicks with mine, right? If they're listen, you guys all probably know my personality. So if I'm just like, yeah, I see that Hyundai, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like I'm on a tuber or on a Twitch streamer who's like raiding with like 15 people or something,
Right.
and there's like 3 or 4 people that say something in the chat on a 200 person raid. Obviously, I'm gonna forgive that.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm gonna forgive that if the streamer is personable. If they're going, hey, good to see you. I'm doing this, and describe themselves, and I just kind of watch for a few minutes and see if their personality jives with me, if they've got some sort of personality while they're playing a game, if they look like they're having a good time, if they look like they're too intense for one thing in the game.
Yeah.
I find that if people are too intense into the game, they're not going to chat with chat, and I really feel like that's super important.
Yeah, I can watch a
interact with
pre-recorded
chat.
video on YouTube of someone playing a game, and it'd be
Yeah,
the same thing as
exactly
somebody not
can.
reacting on Twitch.
Exactly can. And we need those reactions, kind of like what Bentley said, alluded to earlier. Not alluded to, it basically said, I want to see the reactions, I want to react with them, and I want to connect with them in that fashion.
Yeah, Lyric says, do you feel like a blanket welcome in is better in that case for the 200 people? Yeah, I think so.
The 200 people, yeah, blanket.
Yeah,
right?
and
Yeah,
then whatever
like, oh my
whatever
gosh,
they can
welcome
see,
in,
whatever they can see in chat to respond to. I mean, at that point, you're gonna
Yeah.
have to pick and choose.
if it's flying through.
So Identity
Absolutely.
Crisis just said, I'm always intense. And I want to mention, so Identity Crisis, VR streaming is a lot different and a lot more difficult to do what we're talking about because you can't see the chat generally.
Right.
So Identity has the voice thing where it reads the chat to him. And so
It
that
does,
can
yeah.
be really difficult as well because you can't you can't respond, you can't run it's hard to run the controls, it's hard to do
Right.
shout outs, it's hard to do all kinds of stuff when you're in VR.
It is. It definitely is. And kudos to him for doing that. And I always, when I'm shouting Identity Crisis, for example, out, I always say that he is on top of it. He's intense. He is always doing stuff. You're not going to be bored, watching that. And I think on a VR stream, that intensity is required. And he's definitely good at that. So I mean, that's what you got to do if you're on VR. You got the goggles in, you can't, see the chat, you have to have it read to you. But despite not being able to see chat, having it read to him, always responding to chat. And that's what you like about watching an Identity Crisis stream, right? So interacting with chat.
Right. And making him drop his gun.
Making him drop his gun constantly so that his players that he's with are really upset with chat and says, oh, fuck your chat, right? So that was so much fun today, and I love that. So
that is my favorite. That is my favorite thing in his is to make him drop his gun. I like making him do drinks too, but dropping the gun is just always funny. Here's the thing, I understand, because he's like, F you, I can't believe you son of a, and he throws it, throws it. But I mean, I understand. That's what you want to do. I'm gonna give a little insider tip, guys. Little insider tip for those
insider
that
tip. I'm ready.
Little
Are we getting
insider
close
tip.
to the mic? Can I hear?
We're gonna get a little bit closer
the
to the mic. Little insider tip. If you want your players to be trolly, make them think they're being super trolly. So put up a chat redemption to make you drop your weapon, and then pretend like it pisses you off, because that's what you want to do. So whatever you do when they say turn it up, make sure that saying turn it up really pisses you off, so that they want to play those alerts because it's interactive and fun.
Here's an insider tip too. He really does hate. He does hate. He's saying that he doesn't. And just what you would do is say that you don't hate it when you do hate it, because then it's like reverse psychology.
Identity asked you why your light got turned off all of a sudden. Like, did you
I
think he was going to be gone and not
I thought he
coming
was
back?
gone. Yeah, I did actually. I want to address this here though, that Hendate said I don't really care about the name, right? Isn't that what it says? If the streamer manages to give a meaningful reply to chat that shows they read and understood that message, that's a big step toward a follow.
Right.
So that's a big follow for them. And I think that's a big follow for, oh my God. I think that's a big step for a follow for everybody. There you go. And it doesn't show up on this camera angle, but there it is.
Good enough.
Whatever. It basically says Oct8vious. So yeah.
Yeah, no, and that makes sense, especially with the big streamers. As long as they're like, "Hey, welcome in, stream raiders. This is what we're doing.
This is what we're doing." Just welcoming you in makes you feel like it's like Lyric kind of said, a blanket. Did Lyric say that? I'm sorry. I got the olds. I don't remember who said the blanket, but yeah, giving me that blanket statement, which is a blanket welcome you in.
Right.
So yeah, they did. That makes
if you're busy gaming, hey
worthwhile.
guys, welcome in, give me a moment.
Yeah, exactly.
Totally.
Exactly.
Let me see here. Watch video on demand tips later. No mythic point redemption today. Nope, no mythic point redemption. Wednesday we'll have I believe Wednesday's role playing day, so there should be some sort of redemption for that.
Yes.
Identity's chat called me a dick today because I made him drop his gun. That's yep.
Mm-hmm.
We love making him drop his gun.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, having
having
trolley things for them to interact with, whether it's bits or channel point redemptions.
Talk about that. Talk about the interaction, because I know on your stream, you have multiple things that the chat can interact with, like little toys, basically, right? They can come into your stream. They've got a shelving full of little toys they can grab on, right? But the thing is too, is that every stream is different. So you also have different toys. So they come into like an
10 minutes. I'm not showing my titties.
Welcome on in, Raiders.
Here, push.
I will show my titties for 10 biddies.
Right?
will.
Titties for
I
biddies.
will.
Thank you. Look at that clip.
Oh,
will.
Billy.
Oh my God. Oh my. I'm sorry. I need to go on BRB.
BRB, hold on.
This
I'll be in my bunk.
like that.
Welcome in, Raiders.
Wow.
How are we all doing? Welcome on in. I am Nick. This is Oct8vious. We're doing our show Off the Pod. Off the Pod is going to be a ongoing series. Hopefully, this is kind of the test run where me and a guest of whatever sorts will talk about random topics every 30 minutes. I got it.
Minutes.
The topic will change every 30 minutes. Right now, we're talking about stream likes and dislikes and what we enjoy doing on stream, what we like seeing on stream, what we do, all of that kind of stuff, which is kind of turning into a suggestion, or like it's not what to do and what not to do. It's just kind of what our thoughts, but people are like, hey, these are good tips. It's kind of turning into a tips and tricks sort of thing for that. So
yep, just the tip.
So yeah, welcome on in, everybody. We were just talking about we got to make sure to welcome everybody in and call you out individually.
We do.
Although...
Welcome.
So
Aiden.
So yeah,
Mhm.
Hello everybody. So yeah, we have our timer going. I paused it for the raid, but I am unpausing it now.
You're unpausing it.
I'm unpausing
Basically,
it.
welcome in everybody from Aiden's chat. It's so good to see you. Aiden was playing
all kinds of stuff.
Aiden is an amazing streamer. Go follow Aiden. If you're not following Aiden, what are you doing? Why?
Yeah,
Why are you not doing
give
it?
him a follow.
Please.
Hold on. We'll do like this. We'll do the new version of it.
Today he was pumping like he was like doing arm curls, and I was slightly aroused.
Did I use the wrong? I was trying to do the new shout out thing, but I don't know how to do the new shout out thing.
What's the new shout out?
I thought it was a /SO.
Oh.
Or something
Okay.
where it gives it up and it shows a thing where they can just click the button and automatically follow.
Oh,
within the
yeah,
thing.
yeah. I don't know what that is.
So I
Playing
don't
with
know.
himself.
Maybe Bentley can figure it out and
That's
get it up
true.
there for him.
That's true.
So yeah, we're talking about this stuff, and Oct8vious just asked me about like interactive
things. Yeah, exactly. So just kind of like a metaphor, right? It's not actually toys, but you've got different, channel redemptions. You've got things where it affects like the D&D game, for example, like Identity Crisis we were talking before, right? Where he's got drop your gun. Well, that really affects his game to the detriment of his teammates who called Bentley a dick, right? So, I mean, there are things that you can affect the streamer versus somebody just pushing content out to you, right? Somebody pushing content out to you, you are making it an interactive, a two-way street. And so they're not just pushing content out to you, the viewer is actually creating content with you.
Yeah.
Right. So having that
immersive.
with you part of it, it's a little more immersive, like you said, and also you know, gives you that human connection with the streamer.
Yeah, I always so a handful of people, including Penny Potato, have her alerts where it's like an alert and it pops up or whatever. And I was like, that's cool. I like the alerts. I like having customized alerts. I love having clips of alerts. It's fun. It's interesting, even when they're clips that we don't necessarily like. I don't like my own singing. I don't like my own voice sometimes. So like, while that sucks for me, it's fun for you guys. And so at the same time, I also like channel points is a really cool feature, but not everybody utilizes it. Some people, you know, some like sound alerts is great where they can spend channel points or whatever for sound alerts, but I feel you can do so much more. Some people have their points where they can change the lighting in the background automatically, or they can change the background music. For us, for role playing, we were like, I want some of our games, the players to be able to affect the role playing game, and it gives a little feature, but I don't want it to distract from the game. Except for the one we were talking about earlier in the last category, we were talking about role playing.
Because that's the point of it.
That is the point of it. So that is something I want to do. But yeah, like, you know, when Stream Raiders is up, sometimes I forget to switch the screen. So it's really fun to be like, here's a video of me yelling at myself to change the scene that the audience can play to remind me instead of typing in chat.
Right.
Like, hey, the thing is wrong. You screwed up. Now me forgetting to switch it becomes part of the show.
Yeah, becomes part of the show. And exactly. And to that point, remember that I can't remember the redemption, but you were playing. I think it was Cthulhu, right? Was it called the Cthulhu? I believe. And you're like, hey. Yeah, you were like, hey, you can give me bad luck if you and stuff. And as soon as those words came out of your mouth, I was like, boom, redeem. Because I had enough points to do so.
10,000 points. He gave everybody bad luck about 5 times. It was ridiculous.
So that's the thing. So I mean, that's fun. That's fun for the viewers, you know, to just kind of affect the stream in that manner, in that fashion. So
yeah, having interactive stuff. Speaking of which, Pokemon is up, everybody. The Pokemon ball is up. If somebody wants to show the new audience members one idea. Do I even have that turned on? Maybe I don't have. I don't know. Yeah, I do have it turned on because people have been playing.
You do. So another thing that I see a lot of streamers do is
Pokemon is up. Like Pokemon is up. Get your Pokemon. Get your Pokemon. Get your Pokemon. She's a cutie pie.
I don't know why the finger is going along with the song. That's talent. Listen, everybody, that is what talent looks like, and you're welcome.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I know some people have the exclamation point command, and then it plays a thing. And so they don't even have to spend channel points for it. I saw recently Danny of the Internet, for example, has a plethora of commands at his ready. If you're a sub, a VIP, or a mod, you can definitely put those commands on. So a little bit of incentive to maybe okay, if you're just a follower, but if you do sub, hey, here's some bonus points. So I think that it's important to maybe give your VIPs a little something, give the subs a little something more, give your followers a little something. So it's kind of nice to have the followers have I am good. I have graduated from the Penny Potato School of Finger Dancing, Curly Girl. So
here's the best part. I do finger dance. I've been doing finger dancing for years, like even before I stream.
I didn't know you taught it. I didn't know you were a professor of finger dancing. I didn't know that.
We'd be sitting and we'd be driving. I'd be driving and a song would be playing. I'm like, and I'd look over, it's like, it's finger dancing time. And I'd be like,
right. Okay. Well, there you go. I didn't know that. I didn't know that about you. These are my fingers
and they're dancing. I think there's a clip of me saying, these are my thumbs and this is them dancing or something like that, where I do the same thing.
Yep, exactly. I mean, it's a style. Is this
Yeah.
style?
That could be a channel point redemption. Dancing fingers.
Can be.
And that's just a close up
Dancing
of the fingers.
Just the fingers.
Just another camera that's like up
just
here
the
aiming down at the
fingers?
fingers, and all you
Oh.
see is this.
It's just that.
Yep.
That seems that seems like an unfollow to me. I'm not sure. But
And by
yeah,
finger, I mean
unfollow.
my
Yeah,
fingers.
Yeah. Yes. Mm.
What about overlays?
Flashback to South Park's Cartman's J-Lo.
Is there
Exactly.
certain things that are overlays that you do like or don't like about certain
Yeah.
overlays?
Yeah, there definitely is. On overlays. So overlays, in my view, like, need to be subtle. Subtle stuff is a lot better so that it's not distracting to what you're watching. So the two things that you're watching are, one, gameplay, and number two, you're watching the streamer on cam, hopefully. And so, or whatever. And so having it be not gaudy, right? Not having stuff that's happening on the screen that distracts from what you're trying to do. Your face. What was that?
That's the end of the topic. The topic is over. Time is up. 30 minutes.
I'm
It's done.
But I'm not. Fuck you,
we'll have to
goddamn
come back.
thing. No, I'm not
Yeah.
done talking.
No,
No,
the timer's over. That's how the show
no,
works.
You can't.
That's
mute
how
me
the show
again.
works. You have to.
This is bullshit. I didn't know the timer was going. Oh, I didn't look at it. Oh my god! Don't have stuff that's all distracting.
I intentionally. I
Just
was
have
like,
subtle things. Fine, I'm done.
I was
Fine.
intentionally like, all right, we got 20
Fucking
minutes. Let's start a
stupid.
new topic
I
with 20
hate
seconds left to
this.
go, and I'll have
I hate
Octavius
this.
start.
God damn it! This is fuck. Ugh. Fine. What's next? So excited.
What does the future hold for our streaming?
Don't even care. Whatever.
I'm disinclined to acquiesce to your request. Means no.
Oh, Lyric, thank you. Fine.
Fine.
Disinclined to acquiesce to my request.
Streaming
doing
future,
now?
Octavius. What is in your future? You. Oh, hey, no. Why do I get a shout out? We mentioned you. That's why, Penny. We mentioned you.
You are a pirate.
We're doing 30 minutes of subjects. We were just doing a subject about likes and dislikes about streams, and we were talking about shout outs and
Yep.
and
Shout outs and stuff.
and
We're
what,
talking about dislikes.
chat-
Very much on the subject of dislike was a lot of penny potato. No, I'm just joking.
just
I'm just
joking. No, we were talking about because Penny,
Love
you
penny
had
potato.
you came up because like
Yeah.
the alert, your alerts was my
Yeah.
mention, was my reference.
Just
Is like
because we're talking about interaction, and we're like, penny potato has so much interaction, like so many different
ways for the for chatters
yeah.
to interact with Penny.
yeah, exactly.
And that doesn't include.
exactly.
You know what we didn't talk about is we
You
can't
can't
talk about
talk
the
anymore.
topic's over. The
No,
topic's
wait.
over.
You can't fucking talk. I could talk. It's not like it's them's the rules.
The
I didn't
topic's
make
over.
them.
Yeah. So we're
Topic's
talking about
over.
our streaming future.
Future.
What the
Okay, the
And you know
future.
this isn't like a general. This is just a topic that's just us, and this is kind of a Brady like a hey, let's talk about ourselves for a moment here.
Is it?
It is.
Okay.
It is. So, Octavius, what do you have planned for your future as far as streaming goes? Whether it's as a viewer
Sure.
or as a streamer, do
Yeah.
you have changes or ideas or things you're going to come up with, things you want to do coming up?
I think, well, the things that coming up kind of started a couple weeks ago where I thought of a few other things to do. So I started out doing just Dead by Daylight streams because I felt it was easy. I could play that game and also interact with chat. So Paramount, like I said before on the last topic, which I don't even know what it was, where we were talking about whatever, you know, because it's out of my memory.
Go back and watch
and
the
I
VOD.
don't remember that I've been cut off at the
Twice.
tip. Yeah, twice. But I feel like interacting with chat is the most important thing. So when I first started, I'm like, this is comforting to play DVD because I can do that in my sleep kind of, and then also interact with chat. So I don't have to play that well and do that. But I didn't want to just do one thing. So I know that some people like retro gaming. So I decided to do some of that. Some people like this format. So I was like, let's talk about some occult stuff. And so basically that was kind of a epic. And I had talked about doing stuff like that. And so the next one I think that I want to do is about dreams. And that kind of came up during the discussion. And so it is organic, right? Your future
Right.
of streaming is always organic. And I don't think that you want to sit and just be a behemoth and run through, this is what I want to do. I'm closed minded and not open to anything else. And I'm just going to
Right.
steamroll this. It's very, very much dynamic. And so just saying, okay, right now I've got like Terminator Thursday. Why? Because they both have T's. Fine. Cool. But I'm going to play Terminator Resistance until I finish it and then come up with something else. Maybe I'll stream it Thursday, maybe I won't. I'm not sure, but I know that I want to start viewing streamers that also expand your community, right? Like maybe kind of branching out. And I think in doing that, if all of us, me, you, all of us branch out to some of these other streamers and start interacting with their community somewhat, that does bring them into our community and kind of give them a taste of our brand of kind of doing things, and hopefully they'll stay. Some of them won't, some of them will. That'll be great, but I think that just helps out all of us. And so I think that's kind of the goals. I did write down some future goals for 2023, and some of those just include streaming a little bit more often. Making kind of a schedule is kind of what I wanted to do. Just because it makes me feel better to have that schedule. Okay, so I know what I have to do, just so I can organize my thoughts. But just kind of making the streams dynamic, having different alerts, putting up different things, kind of like we talked about the different interactions that you have on your different types of streams that you have. And then going into some different streams and also saying, okay, I can emulate stuff like this. I like this part of this stream. I think I can emulate that on my stream too, and seeing kind of what you like and dislike. It's always going to be a learning process. I don't care how big you are. I think that always constantly learning, even in a subject that you are proficient in, is important as a person to try to grow as well.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, growth
So,
is. I think that should be every streamer's goal every year is growth. But yeah, it's
sure.
what is the growth and how do you get it? And not
Mhm.
everybody can do it the same, because not everybody
No.
can go out there. Some people, they have full-time jobs and they can't go and hang out in other people's chats because they're not even home. So they can't, so they have to grow their streams, not, by not, trying to find other streamers to become friends with. And at the same time, you also have to be careful because you want to be a part of their community too. You don't just want to be there to grow your community, because that's selfish.
Yeah.
In
Right.
my, so
That's that. Right.
so like
That's not
I
what
have
I
a hard time. Like, I'll give people follows and I'll give them raids, because I want to make sure that like if Penny is on, I want to make sure that I'm watching. I have at least a lurk up. If Identity Crisis is up, I want to make sure I have a lurk up. But I also can't have 17 lurks up.
Right.
Like, my bandwidth can't handle that. I can't afford the bandwidth to pay for that. But at the same time, like, I still want to interact. And so if I find a new streamer, Nobi, for instance, Nobi is amazing. And I want to interact more because he's just so much fun. And so I'll go over there and chat. But oftentimes it's like, okay, I've got like 7 other people on. Who do I give my attention to? And
Right.
I'm not there. I need to make sure that my goal is to not be there to try and get new viewers. My goal to be there is to be a viewer.
And be a viewer
and
interact. Yeah.
And if I can, I will give them a raid to show them support. And hey, if they support me, great.
Yeah.
If I give somebody support for a year and a half and they ignore me, if I never see them pop up in chat, then I am more likely, I have 30 people that are live. Who am I going to go hang out with? I am more than likely going to go hang out with the people that come and hang out with me.
Right.
And that's just a personal preference. It's not like a screw you sort of thing. It's just
Yeah.
a I can't believe that you are coming and supporting me. Thank
Mhm.
you so much, and I am definitely going to keep supporting you, and I want to make sure I can chat in your chat.
Yeah.
I am
Exactly.
constantly looking to see who's giving me a lurk, who's not, and
Yep.
those are the people that for the people that I've been following for a while, those are the people that I'm going to
Mhm.
continue to support because they also support me. But
Yep.
if
Yeah,
I'm
that's
supporting
totally true.
someone and they aren't, I mean, some people don't have the time or they don't care or whatever. It's hard to support
It's hard to
that.
continue doing that,
Yeah,
right?
it's
And I
hard.
think
It's hard.
I think it's tough. I think it's like too, we have limited time as well, right? So what I have a core, right, of people. So, for example, if Penny Potatoes up, if Epic Realms is up, those are the people that get my lurks. I don't have as many. You have a limited amount of lurks, right?
Right.
I will put up all these people's streams. Whether or not it counts as a lurk is debatable, but at least they see my name in there for some of these. But I'm not going into some of these either other communities for lurks. I'm going in there to see what clicks. So, for example, I've recently kind of talked with, and I think you've seen Cricket's streams, or maybe have seen that, where I love the community. Those guys are really funny, and it's fun. And so some of the other derivative streamers in that I've kind of followed and looked at. I'm not going in there to follow just to get follows. I'm going in there to follow, to interact, to make that human connection.
Yeah.
And if you do that with people, I think that's going to be beneficial for you.
And I didn't even know. I think it was just this weekend that you gave Cricket a shout out. I didn't even know they were. I've seen them in chat. I didn't know they streamed.
Mm-hmm.
So like, I still haven't even gotten to mention that. But yeah, that's definitely it. It's like
it is dynamic. I think to grow, you definitely have to kind of branch out there, and it just kind of brings people in. I know I had a streamer come in during a retro stream, and then now I saw them chatting in Penny Potatoes stream. I mean, it's like that to me gives me like this, oh my god, that's so awesome.
right.
Like, we've pulled somebody in that also loves the content that I love,
Right.
right? And so I know at that moment that I've made a connection with that person, and they also like what I love, and that just solidifies it. So if I see them in chat, I'm like, hey, dude, there
Right.
you are.
I love the
So glad
Identity
that
Crisis.
you'd be here. Mhm.
Identity Crisis. Direct, like, I knew Identity Crisis. I found out he streamed, and he followed me because I know him in real life, and he followed me. And now look at everybody whose chat he's in. And every time I see him in somebody else's chat, I'm like, this is awesome. So
Yeah.
same thing.
And to Penny's point here too, as far as if you engage in chat, that's a fantastic form of support too, but you're 100% right. You only have so much time in the day, and you need to prioritize your time. And so one of my goals in 2023, talking about the future, and I'm just checking the timer so I don't get fucking cut off, 19 minutes, that should be plenty of time for me to talk. In 2023, what I want to do is I want to set up my days where, okay, these are the days I'm streaming, but also I want to say, okay, I'm going to interact today. Put that as part of my day, because I'm like, I am failing on so many fronts by being not just in streaming life, but in life in general. I notice that I'm sometimes not being a good friend, like not interacting with my friends like I want to, right? And this
Yeah.
is stuff I want to do. I'm not saying that I need to. I'm not saying that I should, because I'm not trying to shame myself, right? But I want to do these things, and I'm not. Why is that? Because I am lost in my olds, right? I'm old and I can't remember shit. And so I want
CRS.
to it is. And I want to sit and say, okay, I definitely want to be more interactive in chats today. Today I want to go into social media. So I want to go into Discords and respond to things. I want to go on Twitter and respond to things, or take a look at those things, because there's only so much time in the day, right?
Right.
So I don't want people to feel like, oh, Octavius is not talking to me, Octavius is ignoring me. I don't want people to feel that way, because I don't think that I am intentionally doing any of that to anyone. but I want to make sure that that is happening for me personally, so that I can make sure that I maintain those connections with people. And I want to maintain those connections, and the way you do that is by interacting. And so putting time aside for the day to do that is important to me anyway.
I can offer a solution for your draw on time from Twitter. Just uninstall it.
Uninstall it. Oh no, my phone is ringing. Yes, Elon. What's up, buddy? Yeah, no, I can't delete Hendate's comment. No, no. What? He hung up on me. Elon, buddy, don't. It's fine.
Just call Jeffy B. They can fight it out.
You've ruined Twitter, Elon Musk. I said it. I said it. I said it.
And he says, even seeing how many friends I'm lurking for, to go in and just say hello to all of them would take so much time and spoon. So my hope is the lurk and occasional chat is enough, because that's what I personally can give. And I get that.
Definitely. I get that. I get that because, hey, guess what? If you're like, okay, and Epic is an extrovert, right? I am both at different times, because I'm a Gemini, so I'm introverted and also extroverted at times. But I can sympathize with both sides, right? And so I'm looking at a chat. I'm like, if I interact, and I don't know if this is like a dickish thing to say, but I feel like people like to interact with me, and so they want to, right? And so I'm like, if I interact, they're going to want to try to interact with me, and I'm going to be compelled. Do I have the spoons to do that or not? And you have to decide that for yourself, because you're not doing anybody any favors if you don't have the spoons. Just know that about yourself, right? It's okay. If you don't have the spoons, it's totally fine. It's totally fine to put up lurk. If you just go ! Lurk in people's chats, that means so much to the streamer, because they can't always look at the list of people who are in there. And I recently learned that, because I am terrible at saying when I'm leaving. I just go from chat to chat, and it's my MO. And I apologize to all you streamers out there, because I know that I do that, and I apologize for that. But somebody pointed out to me recently that, hey, if you put the lurk up, that means so much to them, because they know that you're actually there and putting up at least the lurk if you can't be there and doing your own things. And so yeah, I think that's
I think that also goes to say about, we go back to when we were chatting about streamers who are super interactive, and you look and you go, okay, they're interactive, they're going to respond to me, or they're going to remember I'm in there. Do I say something other than lurk? Do I, if I just pop in and say hi and whatever, are they in 10 minutes while I'm bouncing around to 5 streams to make sure I'm supporting everyone? Are they going to go, hey, Epic, how was your whatever, did this happen, XYZ? Epic, are you there? Are you responding? Are you in chat? Where are you? And so do you want to type in chat and then have them ask you a question and you not be there in 10 minutes to answer them?
I feel attacked, because you've done that to me before. And I've like, I'm just kidding. I'm totally kidding. But I know
and
Epic
that's not a bad thing on the streamer, because
right.
nobody knows. So
Right.
it's like, you have to know when you go into chat, like,
Right.
is this going to happen?
Right.
And I like, so like you said, do I have the spoons to see if people are going to interact? But that goes for the streamer as well as the chatter.
Sure,
So-
true. And if you say lurk, then I'm probably lurking, and you're not going to go, hey, Oct8vious, are you there? Hey, Oct8vious, how was your weekend? Hey, he put up a lurk. Oh, he's busy. He's got to do something. Gotcha.
Right.
Thanks for the lurk, Oct8vious.
Oftentimes
Is
I'll
what the
put down-
streamer would do.
Oftentimes I'll put down, I'm lurking while I'm doing other stuff at the computer, so that they know that I'll be in and out of chat, so I might not hear them, but I'll be there.
Right. Oh, I hear it. Oh, we got to do fingers. That's the worst. Why is that only 8 bits for one thing? I just want to mention JR. Hello, JR.
That was Steven the Shark. Hello, Scarblade. Welcome on in.
I know that was Steven, but I saw the exclamation points, and that's like 4 of them. And I noticed JR didn't say hi to Epic, so
That's okay. Hello, JR. Welcome on in.
I look at.
I know you've been here for a while. I saw you earlier, but we were chatting, and there's all kinds of stuff.
Side. That's for JR right there.
Right there. So future streaming for me,
Yeah, what do you have on the burner? You mentioned a few things, right? With
So-
the interactive, that D&D thing, that's kind
so
of
the
like a
interactive
random
D&D, it's going
GM
to be
thing.
it's Mutants
That's
and Masterminds. It's
amazing.
completely interactive. That's a
Amazing.
handful. A lot of the things that I have in the back burner are a few months out.
Okay.
So that is a few months out. This show's been on the back burner for a while. Originally, it was when the Curse of the Crimson Throne on Tuesday role playing game was over with. I rearranged how my schedule was going so that I have specific days for specific streams. Monday was supposed to be a talking night. Tuesday was supposed to be video games. Wednesday is supposed to be role playing.
Okay.
So eventually it's like, okay, even on Wednesday, even if I don't have a role-playing game, I'm going to do role-playing type content, building maps, making characters, talking about role-playing, whatever it is, as long as it's somewhat role-playing. Even if it has to be, even if far case scenario, I'm playing a role-playing game, you know, a D&D, say playing Baldur's Gate on Wednesday.
Okay.
Just, it's still role-playing somewhat. That's
Role-playing Wednesday.
Scenario.
So you've got it set. That's locked in. You're going to do that on that day.
Yeah, and so that
Right?
eventually
Okay.
came to
Gotcha.
be.
Mhm.
Tuesday, video games, that's easy. That's what it's been doing. So, but the problem was Mondays, I didn't know really what I wanted to do because obviously we have the
Okay.
podcast every other Monday. So that's set. It's like, what was the opposite going to be? And I didn't really know for a while there. I had talked as like, well, maybe I'll do just I knew what I wanted to do was more stream centric was the plan.
Okay.
It had to be stream involved. The alerts could be up. People could interact like they're doing tonight, chatting, things like that. But at the same time, I wanted it to be me chatting with somebody else or talking about something. I didn't want it to be just me solo, and I was like, well, do I do a paranormal stream? And we got to talking, and I was like, you know, I want Oct8vious to do the paranormal stream, and I can go over there. We can certainly still talk paranormal here from time to time, but the solo, like, this is the paranormal. I was like, let's have Oct8vious do that because that's super cool. And I don't know if I didn't want to be pigeonholed into one thing for the every other Monday because I wanted it to be able to get some of my guests from the podcast to come back and do this as well. And since there's such a variety, that just didn't really work for me.
Sure.
And so the 30 minutes of a topic that is the 30-minute topics, cycling topics, I was like, we can do that. I can do that.
Okay.
That'll work.
Yeah.
And so this was the first one. Again, so the goal is full-time. The goal is to be doing streaming 5 days a week for longer hours. I think the Tuesday, when we go to full-time and when Thursday and Friday becomes regular streams, one of them is going to be during the day for sure, like earlier in the day, like an 11 or a noon to 5 or 6, just because I know the time zone difference. We have the UK people that are asleep when I'm normally streaming. We have people that do other things. It'll give me a chance to raid some other community members that I don't normally get to raid because they stream at a different time than me. So another stream down the road is in the works. Gear, you talked about an SLR camera. I'm going to get an SLR camera. I need to get more soundproofing. I've got curtains that we've got to put up yet. That was going to happen this last weekend. It didn't happen. Sound curtains are going to go up. More sound paneling, maybe more decoration in the background, at least on this side. You guys can't see it. Not that it really matters because I've got the green screen. Maybe a better, different green screen. I've got new lighting, which really, the green screen, if I can get the lighting perfect, the new green screen works amazing. So everyone will see the new green screen tomorrow. Hopefully it won't be like, you won't have me blurring out here and my arm disappearing, but you'll still see these little specklies in the background once in a while. Hopefully that's done. So
that's going to be amazing. I'm glad you got new equipment for Christmas. I think that as you progress as a streamer, new equipment is important. I'd like to address one of the things that kind of Lyric brought up there. Do you unfollow if you've never participated in a stream? And kind of the consensus is unfollowing. I usually go and revisit, right? I usually go and revisit like who is this? Why did I follow? I can't remember. If I can't remember, then I probably haven't interacted. So I'll go ahead and unfollow so it doesn't clutter up my list, because I want to support the streamers that I am following. I want to support the streamers that I remember and that I'm interacting with. So I definitely go through them periodically, not every day, but probably once a month, and see if I remember who they are, I guess. And so kind of like same as Bentley and Penny there with that. But also with that, can we talk about a little bit about when the future of streaming in general? You've got a lot of things in the works, and I know you've got a lot of ideas. You don't really want to reveal them on stream until you have them to fruition, like you have them all the kinks worked out and how you want to handle it and things like that. But how about let's talk about streaming over the top of other streamers. A lot of the people in the community are streamers, and it's going to be impossible, literally impossible. So anybody who's streaming out there, I feel like please just do your thing. I mean, you can't possibly schedule around it. And I know that people have special streams, and so what I do is I take a look at my core. This is what I do. You can do something different. This is what I do. I take a look at my core. So for example, I mentioned, like Bentley, Epic Realms, Penny Potato, 9 of 8, my core people that I look to. Are they doing a special stream today? So for example, Epic had a birthday stream. Epic also had a anniversary stream. Is that right? Am I an idiot? No. Okay, so I got
500 stream.
500. Oh yes, 500 followers stream. So I'm looking at those like, oh my gosh, these are special. I am going to schedule around that, right? But I've streamed over the top of Epic. He was streaming something. This is the time that I found to stream, and so you have to try to balance streaming on your own schedule plus trying to work around even somebody's special stream is tough too, because you may have other responsibilities. You may have kids, you may have jobs, you may have things. This is when I can stream. For example, Pixel streams at night. Pixel Nix, right, streams at night because she has a job during the day, or she streams when she's afforded the time to do so, and sometimes that conflicts with the time that we're in. But I can tell you that our community is awesome, and they still support everybody who's streaming in the community by at least leaving a lurk, even if they can't interact. Leaving the lurk means the world to anybody streaming. And so trying to balance it is tough. I know that I can back off if, like, for example, if Epic's doing his birthday stream, I want to interact in his chat. It's not like I need to do this. I want to be there on Epic's birthday stream and interact with him.
Right.
So then that's why I do that stuff.
Well, it's also really hard. Say you're in 50 Discords, you can't see everybody's special stream, so you don't know.
Right.
I think part of the issue is like Penny said, like she chats with 9 to see when they don't overlap. But yeah, it's hard. It's hard to not get that. And like, especially for me, when I first started, it was like, I'm going to stream whenever I can. Mondays is the podcast stream, from there is wherever.
Right. Sure.
I really definitely looked at when other people were. It's like, well, so-and-so is on, I'm not going to stream. But then I realized I'm not going to grow if I don't stream. And I follow so many people, I can't not. It would basically be like, well, I'm going to stop streaming because somebody else is streaming. Like, I can't do that. So it's like, okay, if I set a schedule and this schedule is regular, right, then that's my schedule. And I'm not in, like, there's no avoiding it, but there's also like, I'm not going to come across as malicious. Like, if I know Pixel is streaming on a Monday, I'm streaming on a Monday. That's my schedule. Right. So there's no malicious intent, and she'll know that it's not malicious in any way, shape, or form. I'm not trying to like pull viewers.
And I don't really think that anything that you're doing is malicious. And
I'm just saying.
I don't think that anybody has that in their head either, Epic. So I'm pretty sure that's not the case.
I'm just saying that, like, from that point of view, because I put together a schedule, I don't have to worry about that so much, and I also don't worry about that from other people. Like, I know Pixel's streaming. When she got a new job, her schedule changed. So I
Sure.
know, like, and the reason I say this is because a lot of our times are almost identical. Like Monday,
Yeah.
Tuesday, Wednesday, she streams Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, almost the same
Sure.
exact identical time. On my
Sure.
Tuesdays, if I'm planning on playing Dead by Daylight, I'll contact her, be like, "You're streaming? Are you doing Dead by Daylight tonight? We might as well stream together since we're both doing Dead by Daylight at the same time, and we share a
Okay.
lot of the same community members."
Sure.
So oftentimes that will happen. But I think
Okay.
as a streamer, when you have your schedule out there, it's out there, then you can follow it because other people will know your schedule, and if they feel upset about being on at the same time. But yeah, I think I agree. I'm going off on a tangent. I agree that the special stream.
That's okay. We have 2 minutes for tangents.
That's okay. If you have a special stream and you can avoid, like if you have a special stream, maybe if Octavius is like, I've got a special stream that's starting at 8:00 at night on a Tuesday, and I'm like, well, I've just got my random video game night. If I can get home from work early, I can end my stream early and bring in a raid on Octavius's special stream.
Right. And that's what I try to do with my core, right? My core peoples.
Right.
That's all you can do. You have limited time, like Penny alluded to. You have limited time. Penny even said, I don't want a full it's unavoidable sometimes because there's so many it's unavoidable, and there's so many hours in the day. I don't believe in my heart of hearts that anyone is doing anything malicious when they do their streams. They're just trying to stream when they can. And to be honest with you, when I see Epic streaming and I'm streaming, I see Epic Realms in my list. He's lurking for me. And I think everyone in the community does that, regardless of if they're streaming or not. Right. I mean, how is it that you're streaming, you're busy, and I know I have 46 seconds, but you're busy and you're still lurking in my stream and putting that effort in to put up? That means so much. I really thank you for that, Epic. I really do. Yeah. And also too, Hendate says, so do you want to narrow down on a genre of games you wanted to commit to, or do you want to play whatever comes up and you feel like that's a really super
hard.
Important balance? That's a balance, hard. Right? Because how do you stream something you don't like to play? I had to play some games. I'm like, I don't know if I like this after this one stream, but I want to finish it. So I mean, that's tough.
I have so many games on my list that I want to play and that I want to stream, and a new game will start out and I won't have a chance to continue, and I'll be like,
done cut.
But I don't want to. I got more to say. I want to talk.
Oh, this is great.
I want to talk. I got things to say. I want to talk about
nothing.
Topic.
And cut. And cut.
Damn it.
Oh, how does it feel? How does it feel? Thank you, JR. High five. High five. Oh my gosh. You can read chat though. You can not move on to the next topic and read chat.
Yeah, let's read chat. Let's read chat. I feel like then react and then react to chat. So we'll start with Hendate's question.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think whatever whatever you want. Really. It's you have to read the community. It's like reading the room.
It's tough. Yeah. Yep. Definitely. And you got to balance between what you think is interesting versus, for example, I don't like inventory games, so I won't play them. I don't like a bunch of, like, I'm playing a Diablo Immortal, right, on Monday, and there's inventory in that, and I don't like that. I don't like watching somebody sort their inventory, so I'm just like, whatever, I got it. Whatever. I'll sort the inventory after stream, and so since I don't like it, then I won't put that out there. But some people do, and then so it's just kind of your preference.
Yeah. I totally understand. I get that.
Yep. Communication helps for sure, Penny says. I think it's also about knowing if you can adjust. Yeah, exactly. And Nine likes switching to night streams because she can that particular
day.
Yeah, exactly. And so some people are more limited in this.
Yeah, and some people have jobs.
Limited time. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And their job schedules, some people don't have like Monday through Friday, 9 to 5 jobs. Some people have like Monday is
It's
9 to
tough.
5, and Tuesday is 5 to 7, and
Yep.
Thursday is, midnight shift, and it's like, son of
It's
a gun,
tough.
and then 2 days off, and then next
It's
week it's
tough.
completely
I
different.
mean, I'm sitting here. I'm very basically don't know what I'm talking about, right? So I don't know why I'm even on here, but I can tell you that I start my stream and I see, for example, Epic Realms started his stream, and I'm like, oh shit. Oh shit. And this is just my feelings, like, oh no, no one's gonna come. No one's gonna be here. And every one of the streamers, I can guarantee you, has felt that way. Every one of the streamers that is streaming, like, oh no, that person's streaming, nobody's gonna come to my stream. And regardless of anybody's streaming, people have felt like that. And try not to, because it's not on purpose, right? It's just when they can do it and fit it into their schedule. So let's just try not to, as a community. Like, nobody is trying to do this to you. Everybody is trying to just stream when they can and put content out there, because number one, they really owe it to their subs, right? The people who have paid to try to support you and want to see your content. And so we're all kind of compelled to put streams out there and do some things. And so if you can't watch the stream live, watch the bots, do the things.
And while we're kind of going over on the time topic, I think half of
Yeah.
that time was spent not talking about the future of our streams. It's talking about just
I
streaming in
know.
general. So
Right.
So
I
think
understand.
it's
okay.
To couple your point about streamers always feeling like that, I've come to the, especially our community of friends, people like yourself, Penny, Bentley, Pixel Nix, Identity Crisis, everybody that we are, it's a huge community of crossover. I think one of the things I've slowly started to learn is not to think, oh my God, so-and-so is on, my stream is going to drop, but using that as a learning curve and going, okay, I'm streaming. And then afterwards going, okay, I normally average, say you say 10 people. I normally average 10 streamer or 10 viewers on a stream. And all of a sudden for this particular episode, this particular stream, my average views was only 3 and they were cycling. Then you have to ask the question, why? What did I do?
Mm-hmm.
What didn't I do? But also, on the flip side, you have to go over the course of time, because just because Bentley was streaming at the same time as me and I had 3 viewers and she had 20 doesn't mean she didn't have a raid. Doesn't mean that the people that normally are here don't know I'm watching. So maybe both of our shared community list are all gone today, or all doing something else and can't watch, and maybe she got a raid.
Right.
So you can't do that comparison stuff. Now, if it's over the course of 20 Mondays in a row, we stream at the same time, we share the same community, and the numbers are roughly the same, then you got to figure out, well, what is the reason? Is it because they are streaming, or is it because of what I am streaming?
Yep.
If you look in their thing and you go, okay, well, they had whoever in there, but those people were, why were they not lurking? Why, whatever, is something wrong? But I actually, what I've learned instead is I look and I go opposite. Instead of looking at it in a negative light, I look at it as a positive light. I go, where are they and where am I and where have we been in comparison to each other?
Okay.
And I look, there's a, I forget the name of the link. It's Twitch. I think it's like Twitch Tracker, Twitch Statistics, something like that. And it literally shows your growth. And you can look at any streamer. You can view any streamer's growth, their followers. If they're subscribed, you can see their sub listing, but their viewership rating and their follow rating. And you can see the charts. You can see what days, you can see what games they've been playing, and it all mathematizes it. And I love to look at it. And I love to look at my fellow streamers and go, how have they come along? What have they done? What can I do? Have I done stuff, not as good or good? What have they done that's really good? I'll be like, oh my God, look at this. And I'll find, and I think I found for Bentley, I looked as like, look at these days. These are the days, Bentley, that you've streamed. Check this out. Here's a link. Look at this. You did really awesome on this and this and this. I think these are really good points for you. Check that out. Good job, sort of thing. Or I'll look and I'll be like, hey, look, Penny is on and I am on. We're both on at the same time and we've both got 35 viewers. Look at us go. This is awesome. I think that's to look. Don't look as a streamer. Don't look at the negative side of it. If
I
somebody else
think
is
it's
streaming,
tough to compare to do a comparison in life in general is tough. So I think it was Henry Ford or somebody that said that comparison is the thief of joy, and so it will thieve your joy from you if you start comparing yourself to other people. However, doing like taking a one shot, like you said, taking a one stream and going, "Oh, I've got 3 viewers. What the fuck is wrong with me?" is kind of not helping you, right? And so it's just like the stock market. It's just like maybe if you're a gambler, take a look at the overall picture for a year or 3 months or a span of time. If I go to the casino and I lose $100, am I an idiot? Am I stupid? Am I not doing what I'm supposed to be doing? No, it's just I didn't have luck. Maybe the machines weren't where I wanted them to be. Or if I'm doing the stock market, is there factors that I'm not listen, life is so complex. Our society is so complex. We cannot possibly know all of the
the
variables
factors, yeah.
in them. Yeah, we can't. We can't know that. And so maybe people are busy on Wednesday and it just happened to be 30 people in our community are busy that day, so now you only have 3 viewers. That's okay. I
Yeah.
mean, it happens, right? It definitely happens to everybody.
I was given a
So-
suggestion when I first started,
Okay.
and I was told this by multiple people, multiple streamers. I was told by the list is, and some of them don't stream anymore. But I know Penny mentioned it to me. I know Angel mentioned it to me. Glacian has mentioned it to me. Fuzzy, who's now Fuzz, he's a fishing streamer, mentioned it to me. You have fun because on the days where you have no streamers, at least you're still having fun, or no viewers.
Okay.
Even
No
on the days
okay.
that you have no viewers, you're still having fun.
And I think
that's
Penny
what
mentioned that
matters.
too.
So
in
yeah,
one of
let's
her comments
chat
here.
with chat. Scarblade says, I feel like no one ever wants to watch me talk, but I'm also bad at games. Scarblade, that is not true. All we want to do is watch you talk. Scarblade is an amazing streamer, just returned to streaming, and is so much fun to watch. Her personality and attitude is infectious.
Personality and attitude is paramount, and Scarblade has that in spades.
In spades. I think when someone streams what you think everyone likes, then you may be sacrificing what makes streaming fun. Not always, but potentially exists. I think the way to go is to stream what you feel like that day, because then you're enjoying yourself, and maybe people in chat are going to enjoy themselves because of the streamer's hype. I agree.
Yeah. I mean, what kind of attitude do you have if you're playing a game you don't like?
Right.
The people can see that on your face, especially if you're on cam, right? Or in your voice too. They can hear that. They can hear that. I mean, people are perceptive.
Although I do want to say, on the flip side, sometimes a game just doesn't interest people.
Sure.
And for me, I might be having fun with the game, but because people aren't interested, it makes the game less fun for me.
Sure. I understand that.
So that's
a balance. There's no black and white here. This is totally a discussion. There's never any right way. The way that Epic streams is not the way that I do things, or what streamers we like. I mean, we all like different stuff. So
yeah, and pick and choose. I don't think it's like wrestling. They steal each other's moves all the time. It's you find something that you like, and then you just
or in the bedroom, I steal all the moves.
All the moves.
Oh my god.
That is tough. I had a streamer that I don't like the content for either, but so many people like them that it's hard to unfollow. Yeah, I just unfollow. If I don't like them, I've done that. There's a particular streamer that I felt was really toxic to the community and was horrible, and I didn't like them. And I'm like, I'm not gonna badmouth. I'm not gonna say who they are.
Sure.
I know a couple of our fellow streamers.
It doesn't do you
know
any favors to do that.
But it's like
it doesn't do you any favors.
I just unfollow, and that's it. And luckily, time progressed, and everybody else in the community realized that person was an asshat as well. Yep. And so
let people decide on their own. Yep. I don't think anybody needs to do that. They will figure it out. If they don't, that's fine. It's not, you can't control everybody. So yeah, I don't think you need to badmouth anybody.
No, I won't. I'm professional. I'm a professional in that.
He's very totes profesh.
Just reading some of the stuff, it's like there's so many topics. Talking about perspectives.
These are all just good points. I think Hendade has some good points. Penny has some good points. Lyric.
Yeah, you guys are awesome. You go to a
MX
casino and expect to win, that'd qualify as stupid more than if you go to lose some cash.
Really? I am actually very good at it.
I go with a set amount. I'm like, this is how much money I'm going to spend. If I lose it, I'm out, and at least I paid to have fun. It's like a video game. You're not going to win money on a video game usually. So to me, it's like going to play. I'm going to play games, and I'm paying money to play games. And if I walk out with more money than I walked in with, great. But if not, I spent money to play games. So how much money am I willing to spend for however much time?
And that's true for anything, right? Tell yourself how much money you're willing to invest, right? So you invest in the stock market. You invest in, your streamer gear, right? You invest in how much money you're going to take to the casino. All those things are life choices, right? So how much time, how much money are you going to invest in these things? And so, you got to decide that for yourself.
Right.
Emmy says that I find that if you play with other streamers will play the same game as you can play together, which makes it fun for both the streamers and viewers. So recently, Epic, myself, Bentley, and Emmy all played Rubber Bandits. Is that what it was called?
Yep.
And and playing that game together, we had a great time doing that. And so both the streamers and the viewers had a good time because when you do a co-op game, or you're streaming with other people, or you're doing D&D with other people, you don't have to rely on creating content on your own, right? So you can create content with somebody else. So they've got that. You basically have a stimulus, right? You have a stimulus that happens. You're stimulated, and so you can kind of feed off each other by doing that. So it's really helpful. Like in this format, if Epic was just talking by himself, he might find himself at a loss as to what to say next.
Right.
And so in this point, I'm like, I'm going to say something, and I will say something in innuendo, and Epic ignores it because he doesn't like, my jokes. And so that can happen. And then, also too,
or because I'm ignoring you, one of the two.
One of the two. And anyway, so then I can say something where, oh yeah, that's really profound. I'm really surprised that you said that, Octavius. And then he can respond in kind. And so it definitely is a thing. Oh my gosh, there is so much chat.
Right,
oh,
I'm gonna go down.
Oh my goodness, I'm so behind.
Scarblade asked, "How do you go about asking someone to be in your stream with you?" I'm always scared to ask. You just ask.
Yeah.
Just ask, and keep in mind that it's usually schedules. So Scarblade, open invite. If you need me, if you want me to show up on your stream, as long as my schedule is available, you just let me know.
Scarblade, if you want Octavius over Epic.
Or both of us. Wait, what?
So you got at the same time?
Outrageous.
But yeah, I think just asking, then like if I for example, I wanted to do a talk about alien abductions, and I'm like, I'm just gonna ask Epic. And it's tough. Like what if I went and asked somebody I'm not as comfortable with, like a member? That's harder, right?
Yeah.
So Epic I know personally as well as online, and so it's like that's easy for me to go, Epic. I don't even ask him. I'm just saying, you're fucking doing this. He's like, okay. And so that's how that works. But yeah, asking people is tough.
And yeah, like Penny says, ask off stream. Send a message in Discord or an email or something like that.
I asked Lyric on stream. But that's okay. I should have asked her off stream, but I didn't. So, but that's okay. We're fine.
Are we ready for the next subject?
Yeah. If you're
the timer's up. We're supposed to be starting the next.
The timer is not up on what I'm seeing.
That's because we haven't started the next topic yet.
Okay, we'll move on.
Thank you.
Scarblade. Oh no! Look at that.
All right, let's get Emmy Kiko.
I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that shout out for whatever reason. I don't know what that was. Okay, what's the next? What are we doing now?
What are your top Steam games played in 2022? So pull up your.
That was it. Did you have that on a list?
Yeah.
I don't. No, you didn't.
Yeah.
No, you didn't. Talk about your Steam. Oh, Steam, not stream. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, I even put it in parentheses. Not stream, but Steam.
Yep, nope, yep. You did. Epic did, and Octavius has the old.
So I'm going to go
yeah,
first,
I
and I'm just
messed
going to
that
read
up.
them. I've got it
Thank
up.
you. Go
but
ahead.
I'm gonna go ahead and read, and we can talk about. And we're gonna have some overlap, guys. So if those of you watching want to play along and open up your Steam, you can open up your Steam and you can go over to your store, and then down below click on your store and go to home in the drop down. And if you click on home, or right when you open it, and then you scroll down, it'll usually say replay your year now, Steam replay 2022. And it should pop up and give you kind of your overall thing. So
What? Wait a minute. What were the instructions again?
so open it up and click on the big word that says store. And then you'll get your store, and then you'll get your little banner. It'll say my store, and you go to that, hover over it, and get a drop down.
Okay, I will. Where's? Oh.
Do I need to go to the share screen menu?
No, I know what I'm doing. My store. Okay, you.
So you click on store, and it'll bring up. It'll say like winter sale or whatever, and at the top it's like your store, new and noteworthy.
Oh,
categories.
your store. Hey.
So click on your store, hover over it. You'll get a drop down. Click on home.
Yes.
And then scroll down, and there should be like a little banner in there somewhere that says replay your year now.
Oh, hey, yeah, it does. Good instructions. Octavius is terrible. Yeah. Okay, I gotcha. Okay, got it. I'm there. Got it.
All right. So for me, it says few of my highlights. I'm going to skip the few of my highlights because it's all going to re-show.
Okay.
It says Steam replay, 19 different games played, and I've gotten 12 new games. Now, keep in mind, a lot of these, most of these I have done on stream at one point or another.
Okay, sure.
How you compare? Stack your year against the rest of the Steam community. I unlocked 141 achievements with a Steam average of 21.
Wow.
Well, let's do these together. What was yours?
Okay. So we're doing the comparison?
Yeah.
Okay,
what was your achievements?
I unlocked 125 achievements. That's it.
Nice.
So
nice.
You win.
I win.
You win.
All right. You played 19 games.
Oh,
Steam average 5.
Amateur.
What's yours? I know you play a lot.
I played 36 games. You're welcome.
Wow. My longest streak was 25
I play games,
days
am I
straight.
right, ladies?
I played games
35?
25.
I got 38 days. I don't know what that was. Probably Dead by Daylight.
Oh, set the timer.
No, don't set. Bentley. Or who said set the timer? Curly girl. Why?
Bentley says she unlocked 139
Curly girl,
achievements.
do you like the chocolate chips? The chocolate chips? Were they good? Were they good?
Steven the Shark unlocked 177 achievements. Hendate.
Holy Christ.
12 games,
Steven.
238 achievements.
Jesus
Holy
Christ.
Hendate.
Do you guys have nothing to do?
Holy Hendate. I like that phrase. Holy Hendate.
Holy Hendate. Steven the Shark. Oh my God, Pixel, don't you work?
36 games, 242
oh my God,
achievements.
what are we even doing with our lives?
Curly girl, have you never had chocolate chippers?
Hey, Curly girl, did you notice some of them were missing?
Oh.
Oh no.
New releases. 16% of games you played were new releases. What percent of games were new releases for you?
Yeah, I don't care. In general, I don't care about new releases because the fact is that new releases are overpriced, $60 a game. I'm not excited. I mean, there's so many games out there. We have a really history and a backlog of games to play. And so I'm not really concerned too much about new releases. Yeah, it's great that the new game is out. However, the caveat of that is that, hey, this new game is out streaming wise, on the streaming angle of it. Ooh, do I want to play the newest latest game?
Welcome
and a lot
in,
of
Hilsey.
times you get the viewers. Hey, Hilsey.
I know you've been in here before, so you're not.
Yeah,
I don't know why I say first time chatter, but welcome in.
I've seen the Hilsey before.
I've seen the Hilsey
and in streaming, it's like, so for example, going back to the future streaming, I am going to be streaming Diablo 4 when I get it. I have pre-ordered it. So that'll be, you know, the new Diablo. And so I'm going to be streaming a new release. And so in doing that, hopefully people will watch and like to watch that. So there's kind of a balance. It's 11% for me only for new releases. So.
And I think that's in comparison to all of the games you played. So for you, it's going to be a little difficult because you've got like 90 million games.
Don't look at that. I do like humble bundles and stuff like that. So I like different games and having them because to be honest, when things are on sale, I just get them and I'm not sure what I'm gonna like. You know,
Although I've been listening for ages while crocheting and writing emails. Great chat. Thanks.
Nice.
Recent favorites. I have 79% of the games I played were released in the last 7 years.
81. So
that's
so
kind of hard for me because it's like most of the games on Steam are
Yeah, I mean that's pretty true. Yeah.
So I've got this cool little chart.
Okay.
That says what you play, and it's
okay.
And I don't know if it looks. And I'm guessing it doesn't look the same for everyone. So it's like this little octagon, and it's got like a chart thing.
It's got like a little thing.
And mine says so in clockwise, starting at the top, mine says Souls-like. Then on the next one,
so that's not what mine says.
Let me finish. That's
weird.
It says Souls-like, then Lovecraftian, then Social Deduction. The one at the 6 o'clock at the very bottom says an idler. Then next it says Then it says procedural generation, and then pirates.
Oh, pirates! Really? That's weird. That is weird. Okay, interesting. A spider. It's basically a spider graph, people. So if you're if you're on stream, it's a spider. It's basically called a spider graph because it looks like a spider's web basically, and so it's web-like in where it falls in. Basically, what a spider web does is it puts your most popular genres in the outsides, and then kind of bases a kind of a spider-like graph in a web form.
You know what? I want everybody to take a screen cap and put it in our Discord. I want to see what everybody's little spider graph looks like.
Sure. So my particular spider graph has social deduction, cult classic, stealth, massive multiplayer, dark comedy, and horror. And of course, since I've played so much Dead by Daylight, horror is among the top as well as massively multiplayer. And so, yeah, it's very interesting. The most game I played was Dead by Daylight for the year. Dead by Daylight, 73% of the time I'm playing games. I've played 510 sessions. That's more days in the year. Holy shit. I need help. Do I need to start a goal? Like, can you help Octavius not be addicted to Dead by Daylight? Can we do a charity drive? We need a charity drive for that. The other game I played a lot of was Icarus, which is a survival type game. But I played that off stream for the most part because it's kind of an inventory game. It's a little bit boring to watch, but to play it's pretty fun. So yeah.
All right, we'll scroll down. The next one.
What was your most played game though?
That's where I'm going.
Oh, okay.
Wait, the next one. I think they're in order of time played.
Oh, are they? Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, scrolling is nice. Cool.
Yeah, scroll down.
Okay.
Let's take a look at the games closer. Let's take a closer look at your top played games.
I've got the game.
Number one for me, PUBG Battlegrounds. In 2022, you tried to get all the chickens.
So much chickens.
I've got 51% of my games total played is in PUBG.
Oh, PUBG is okay.
Well, I play that quite a bit off stream.
Off stream too. Yeah.
So oftentimes, because I like playing games with people, and there's certain, that's one of those games where I can almost always find someone to play with.
Penny says that I was once advised not to stream games that are brand new because you're in direct competition with the bigger, more established streamers. To that, I think now I've been doing this for a while. If it's something you're excited about, then do it. Competition be damned. Playing a brand new game just because it's new and might be popular isn't going to work like you think it will.
I agree.
Yes, because you don't know. I believe that too. You don't know what people want. And plus, people are like, I want to find a streamer playing this game. It's brand new. They might pick you. Think that people out there might pick you. It's okay, because they will. People out there will pick you. I promise. I
Yeah.
promise you.
I think my brain is twofold on that, because when I first started, I was like, this new game is coming out. I'm excited for it. I'm going to play the hell out of it. Totally want to stream it. And
Okay.
it totally would like make sense. And then I realized that a lot of the bigger streamers will be like, they're going to stop their I'm a PUBG person with 10 million followers, but right now this new game is out that I want to play. I'm going to stream that because it's new. And yeah, so you're not going to get that initial thing. But at the same time, if you've got a small handful of people, if you can get above that 1 viewer, 2 viewer list, I think play whatever the hell you want to play. It goes back to what we said earlier. Are they there to watch the game, or are they there to watch the streamer?
Yeah, yeah, and primarily, this is my personal belief, is that they're gonna be there to watch the streamer versus the game. I could be wrong, unless you're a giant, like a professional gamer that people come to watch game per se. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah,
I could be wrong, but
I think also
I watch the streamer.
My flip side of that too is not every new game is going to be streamed by the big streamers. And I say this for one reason and one reason over. A lot of the community, I know Oct8vious remembers this. I know a lot of the community remembers. Do you remember a game called Sherlock Holmes that came out that was a brand new game?
Yep.
And there was quite a bit of hype for it.
Okay.
People streamed it for 1 day, maybe 2 days. And people wanted to watch it. So I streamed that game. I streamed that game for probably a week straight.
Okay.
And when I say that, it was like, a couple weeks, but it was multiple days. And there were a ton of people that were like, nobody's streaming this anymore. They streamed it for like 1 day. So there were a bunch of people that came in here specifically because they wanted to watch Sherlock Holmes. And I was the only streamer streaming it. You're laughing at something. Is it in chat? Or
just JR's trying to put a shocker collar on me so I don't play Dead by Daylight. I don't know if that will work. You don't know what I like, JR, for one thing. And I've noticed that that's surprising to me. So when a new game comes out, always you get the hype, right? But then there's a gradual wane, right? There's a gradual a wane of that. And so I'm looking at my chart now. As we scroll down, you made me scroll down to this part, and so it shows me Dead by Daylight. January, I played a shit ton. February, March, April, May. So going all the way down, I played less and less and less and less and less of it, and it just seems like that kind of goes with the flow there. But I think it's unusual for a game to come out, people streamed it, for a day and then didn't stream it anymore. Why is that? So the big streamers streamed it didn't work out for them. And so kind of taking a look at that for your own streams and going, why are the big streamers not doing that? Maybe taking a cue from that and just learning from that experience and going, hey, maybe this isn't a good stream. However, at the same time, I support whatever anybody wants to do in my core. So if Epic wants to stream that all day, I will go in there and talk to him and make fun of him and that he can't figure something out or whatever it is, or if Penny wants to play, that old people game where that old lady's flipping around. I mean, it's funny. I don't come in for the game. I just don't. I come in, like Red said, I come in for the game, but I probably stay for the streamer. I think
that's a good call. That's a good call.
Yeah.
I also want to mention, this is just Steam games.
Sure.
Let's not forget, as far as I'm concerned, how many times did I play games from my PlayStation? How many times did I play games that weren't on Steam?
Sure.
Minecraft is not on Steam. Stream Raider, guaranteed.
Just die already.
If it was what games do you have on your stream the most, I'd probably my number one would probably be Stream Raiders because it's in the background.
Okay.
Even if I'm playing something else, it's I'm running it.
Are you really playing that though? It's kind of it's like a nice. I feel like that game and Hilsey says he can't watch any, or they can't watch any DVD or anything horror genre, way too gory. I get that. It is pretty gory. And Just Die Already was the game that I was mentioning with the old lady running around. But yeah, to that point, exactly. You know, I think that I think that a lot of people are kind of looking at getting the PlayStation up and running. There's a lot of exclusives on there.
Yep.
And I think, I know Penny grabbed a PlayStation 4. Bentley has a PlayStation 5. Definitely wanted to get a game capture card and putting that in place. And so, this just is just to say for Steam, but there's a lot of games that you played personally that were on the PlayStation.
What is your number 2?
Number two was the Icarus that I mentioned.
Okay.
I played a lot of that in September, but I burned out on it because I played so much of it probably. And it's a survival type game, and so if anybody's played a survival type game, for me, when I play a survival game, I figure out how to craft everything and I build all the things. And once I've done all the things in the game, then the game needs to provide me with more content. If it doesn't, if it's open sandbox, I tend to like go, okay, I've figured out all the things in this game, time to move to another game. And so that's kind of the way it is with survival games for me. I've played a shit ton of survival games.
And Hyundai points out that there's the difference between smaller streamers and the ginormous streamers is they can't do as much interaction because they just can't keep up with it.
They definitely can't.
They can't have
and
like
so
if we had 2,000 people in here all playing the turn it up alert, we just spend an entire stream turning it up. So
I would turn it up constantly. So for example, like we all I don't know if you personally, Nick, but VLDL is one of why I'm in this community at all.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think that goes with a lot of
VLDL.
these. Yeah.
I think a lot of people here, I know some people not, but when I'm in, like, for example, my favorite VLDL person is Ben. And anyway, when I'm in a Ben stream and he mentions an Oct8vious comment, I'm like, and so, but he's got tons of people in there and tons of people commenting, and I know some of the mods and I know some of the people in there, and so it's kind of a nice little community. But you can't just go in there and expect that to happen,
right?
And so it's like when you get the larger streamers, you can't expect your thing to be read or anything. It's impossible. It's physically impossible.
For sure. And I don't know how, like, personally, if I get to that point, I don't know how I want to deal with that because I like the interaction. Like that's what makes it fun
I mean,
for me.
that's a nice problem to have, right? So you got so much in there. Plugging in the slow chat is one of the ways to kind of slow the chat down a little bit for yourself. And then, picking and choosing, like, yes, you want to greet the new people, but also too, you don't want to ignore the people who have supported you forever. And so there's going to be some kind of balance. And so I guess that is something that I know Epic Realms will have to learn in the future, because I see big, huge things for Epic Realms. I think Epic Realms is going to go full time. I think that the podcast is really going to take off. Getting people in like Delilah S. Dawson, who's in every fucking book and comic book and thing that I'm seeing all over the place. Epic Realms had her on the podcast. Getting all these different famous people on the podcast is really ridiculous. So I think that's gonna, blow up. And Penny Potato already established over 1,000 followers, right? And so even that, I think big things for Penny as well. So just and 9 of 8, just when she gets on there, just cordial with all of this, welcoming in new people, playing Back for Blood with them. Bentley, just talking to chat. I mean, all of these people that I've just mentioned are just at the tip of the iceberg of what they can do. And I feel like 2023 is going to be big things for them, because they have big things in the pipeline. They're definitely having a lot of things for the future. So I'm very excited for this next year.
Me too. My third game is Idle Champions of Forgotten Realms. which is
Idle
funny.
Champions.
So that's one of those things where it
I
sat
don't
in the
remember you
background.
playing that much. You played it for a little bit, but I
It's
don't
because
remember
I
you
played
having
it so
on.
because it's an idle game and it plays in the
Okay.
background. I would have it on and I'd go to bed.
Is that? Oh, that's what an idle game is.
That's what an idle game is.
Okay, I gotcha.
Yeah, so that's
Interesting.
not really, it doesn't really count. I did play a lot of it off stream.
Nobi!
Nobi!
Hello, Nobi.
I caught these Giga Chads.
Nice to
We
see
mentioned you earlier, Nobi. We were talking about you.
Giga Chads. That's what Giga Chad is what I do to all the pallets, Nobi, in Dead by Daylight. I Giga Chad them.
Let's
all
go
the
and check
time.
out Nobi. We were talking about Nobi earlier. Nobi's got.
We
We
were,
were talking about. Nobody's just got such an infectious. He's one of those guys that he just starts talking and you just want to sit there and listen.
You can't help. And look at that emote. That's how intense he is. That happening. That is, yeah. Put your fucking seatbelt on if you're gonna go to Nobi's chat.
Right.
Tell you what.
Nobody's a lot of fun. What was your third game?
Phasmophobia is my
Oh,
third game. Yeah. So a lot of Phasmophobia. We're going to be playing that on community stream on Sunday, so everybody kind of join in for that. But Phasmophobia has gone through a lot of changes as far as that goes. So
right.
Revisiting, that's one of the parts of like revisiting old games, right? So it's an older game, but they've got some updates, and so I think part of the, like, this game just got released, but what about games that just got an update, right? So I think there's a influx of hype when a game that's been out for a while gets an update. So for example, like Warcraft, right? World of Warcraft, they just get a DLC, boom, you see a ton of
An
people,
explosion. Because everybody's coming back.
explosion playing that. Yeah, somebody's coming
Well,
back.
They released a new map in
Phasmophobia gets-
PUBG.
Yep,
Yeah.
exactly. In PUBG, a new map. Oh boy, So I mean that's something that that happens too. So being aware of DLCs that come out or even revamped updates like Phasmophobia is something you want to play Phasmophobia occasionally. Bring that back. Ooh. I mean,
Really says
bring
she's
it
heard of
back just
streamers
for
with a lot of
you.
followers can be bad for their mental health. She doesn't
Okay.
stream but understands the issues and can cause and
Oh,
I can see that.
interesting. So yeah, keeping that in mind. So I guess like I said, it was a good problem to have. However, keeping your mental health in check is important. Even me. Okay, so you said that I streamed for 15 days straight. And so okay, cool, but what does that do to me? Right. So I'm doing energy shots. I'm making sure that I'm awake and ready to do this. And I've got bottles of wine because I'm ready. I've got my salt content because I guess people like it when I'm salty. But what does that do
Only
to me
when they lick
mentally?
you.
I have to. I mean, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I am not good without seasoning, and so what does that do to me mentally? And I have to be aware of that. And so what am I doing to cope with that on the off stream? And so trying to take time and make sure that I remember that, hey, I did all these things, now it's time for this stuff, for mental breaks, mental health.
You have to read the room by itself in
it isn't
whatever.
It isn't easy. It definitely isn't easy. I think, I don't know if you can do it yourself. I think that you need people in your life for help, and that's why we're wired for connection, really. And I said that earlier in the stream. We're definitely wired for connection as humans, and we're wired for connection because we need help with a lot of these things. And having people when life is going great, it's a mix of balance and energy. Wasting, I got Nobi kind of said it there. So,
and it wants to know, what's the most played Steam game?
What's the most played Steam game? I don't know that. That's interesting. It's
I think
probably
he's
going
pointing
to
out
be.
that we've gotten off topic.
We did. What's the most played Steam game? I would have to say it's a Steam related game, right? Like the company Valve, whatever Valve game. I think that's probably going to be the most Steam played game. I think slightly. We are mathematically off topic. Always.
Right.
Always.
All right, fourth game. My third kind of was a flop because it wasn't real.
Okay.
What is your fourth?
Wasn't real? What
Well,
do you
I mean,
mean?
because it was in the background. It was an idle game. So.
Oh, okay. Idle
My fourth
games.
game, most played fourth game was Elden Ring
Uh-huh.
for me.
Elden Ring.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
I
got-
know
I-
you tried to play it, but did you continue? I thought you didn't. You kind of played it and was like, eh.
It was so. Here's the thing. Like I played for 3 months, roughly,
Okay.
but mostly
Yeah.
in March I played. It says,
Okay.
but
Sure.
everybody was like, "Oh, it's so hard, and I was like, it's not that hard.
Okay. Not like Dark Souls. That's what I've heard. Not quite like Dark Souls. Not that hard.
Yeah, it was better after I got a controller. When I used the controller,
Sure.
yeah, the controller,
Sure.
mouse and keyboard, it was a
Counter-Strike.
nightmare game. It was horrible. But once I got the controller, I was like, psh. You know,
Mhm.
I think I fought the first boss like four. I died maybe not 4 times. I think I fought him
Okay.
only like 10 or 11 times before I beat him.
Gotcha.
So
Gotcha.
it wasn't
Okay.
super horrible.
Sure.
So yeah, but there was no story.
Right.
It was like
Okay.
it was a gorgeous game.
Sure.
The mechanics were all right. The
Mhm.
builds was cool. Again, it was a beautiful game, but I just didn't have any story. There was no interaction, unless
Okay.
you were talking to a merchant. Like everybody in the entire world wants to murder you. It's like, come on.
Sure.
Um,
Sure. I mean,
give me an
I
old Dragon
can
Age where
relate.
there's a village that you can actually interact with
No,
everyone. In the
I can
village.
relate to the whole world wanting to murder me. I mean, I feel that, but yeah, Bentley hit it there. It's Counter-Strike Global Offensive, and that is the Valve. That's a Valve game, so
Okay.
people still like the Counter-Strike.
Okay. What was your fourth game?
I thought we did fourth. That's Phasmo, right?
Oh,
Or is that
fifth?
third? I
maybe
don't
we're on
remember.
fifth game then.
I don't know.
What was after Phasmo for
oh,
you?
I played off stream. I played Dust to the End, and that was a survival post-apocalyptic game. It's kind of a little strategy game, but unfortunately, there was an area where you play the game. And that was fun. It was like trading and post-apocalyptic stuff going on. But then you went to the second area, and it was unfortunately more of the same, and it was just a little bit harder. And so there wasn't really much extra content, so I quit playing it. But yeah, that was it, I guess. So few games here or there, but by and large, I'm just playing a lot of Dead by Daylight apparently. So
Right.
on Steam anyway. I've got a plethora of other games that I play not on Steam. So
Right. Yeah. Same here.
Yeah.
There's a lot of games. Fallout
Mhm.
76 obviously would be up here on the list for me.
right.
Whether it's on
Right.
stream or not, especially in the last like 2-3 months, I did a lot
So
of that.
keep
Batman.
talking. I got to be right back. I do apologize for that, but I will just be right back. You got 5.5 minutes. Tell the people what your favorite game during the year was.
My favorite game
Right
during
back.
the year.
Be right back.
Oh my god, he's bailing on me, guys. He's bailing on me. He's got to pee or poo or go and maybe he was really turned on by my voice and he needs to watch out. What's happening in 5 minutes? So Nobi, we're changing topics. We get a topic for 30 minutes and then we switch topics at the end with very little going over. So right now we're talking about the Steam top games we played this year. I probably played my top Steam game, my favorite one that I played. I'm still really enjoying going back to Fallout 76. I don't know if you guys have been enjoying watching it or not. I've been playing it off stream and on, but I've been really enjoying that. This year I returned to Dead by Daylight. So I used to play on my PlayStation quite a bit. Many of you guys know that. And I stopped probably for like a year or two. And then I came back this year to playing Dead by Daylight just because the community was all playing it and having a great time. And I finally got back into it. And obviously some of the best clips that you guys have are from the Dead by Daylight. So aside from my deep-seating hatred for Fallout 76, it wasn't agonizing to watch it on stream. Well, that's good. Yeah, I hate when it first came out. I was like, yeah, I'm not interested. I heard all of the crap. I wasn't there for all of the glitches at the very beginning. I was there for some of them, but I didn't that. I enjoyed playing Batman. I will get back to Batman as well. Dead by Daylight, I have a lot of fun with. I have a hard time with. I like playing PUBG, but it's more because I like the people, and not necessarily like the game is good, but the game gets repetitive. The rounds are long, and there's a lot of sitting. If you die, you sit and have to watch your team, or wait for your team, and it's really hard to play on the stream. I'm not a big fan of streaming the PUBG just because I can't keep up with chat, and I want to keep up with chat. That's that thing we talked about earlier about keeping up with chat and reading the chat and interacting.
Yep.
If I'm playing PUBG
Hard
with
to do that,
three other
PUBG.
people, other people who are all talking, I can't focus on chat, and that's a half hour of gameplay because I have to stop being killed. And so if I'm like driving and I'm looking over it, especially if I'm playing with people that really want to play it, so I just don't play PUBG on stream very often. So
no, and Hendade said it wasn't agonizing to watch. I mean, I don't know what the yes, it was great, agonizing to watch. I don't know where it falls in that, but I think that as long as you're playing the game, there's a lot of action in that game. There's a little bit of story in the game, and then there's a little bit of inventory. So the inventory parts are
game?
probably Fallout 76.
Okay.
The inventory parts might be a little bit boring, but you kind of do that. But I think that I tend to do the inventory off stream. So I'm just gathering shit. That's cool. And then while I'm trying to stream, I'm going to provide content. So I'm going to be going into missions where there's action, there's shooting up. I get to talk to chat. I mean, that's kind of the long and short of it.
Yeah.
So.
What about you? What was your favorite Steam game or favorite game that you streamed this year?
The
list is long.
Do I want to be honest?
Yeah.
I mean, I know I streamed a lot of Dead by Daylight, but
was it the retro stream?
Somebody told me, and I'm probably sure it was Bentley that told me this, that when I played Load Runner from the Apple IIe from 1983, right? My face lit up, and I was so happy playing that game that that I have to I don't like to admit that, but it probably, because that was the first retro classic that I did do, and so I was I don't know, it's something about nostalgia and playing your favorite games when you played as a kid that made me so happy to play. And there was no multiplayer, there's no toxicity. I was just mad at the game, which just means that I was mad at myself for messing up. But it was so fun to it wasn't about playing the game, it was sharing a piece of myself with the chat, with the audience, with whoever wanted to watch me play this. I was sharing a piece of my my childhood with them, and something that was dear to my heart. And so that was part of it. And so yeah, Nobi, you have a good night, buddy. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate that. But I really had fun with that. So yeah. I made it.
You made it
under time.
Great timing, right on time.
I was done. Nobody said, and I would get deep into the politics. Oh, the politics downfall of everyone being super LOL and moral stand. Yeah, good Lord. I don't know if you can, if you get into that, man, that takes so much spoons, right? Doing that kind of stuff.
Right.
Man.
Penny says she's the same way. That's why she doesn't like to have active voice chat going unless the chat is slow because the game really requires it. Talking about PUBG.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah.
And it needs better internet connection to play on online games such as PUBG or Rust are probably the ones that... I haven't played Rust. I hear good things about Rust. I keep being told I should play Rust.
Zegron plays Rust. I know that. He plays a lot of that. I know that Another Unique plays a lot of Rust too. Another Unique plays it on stream. So.
Identity Crisis says, do the inventory management while you're talking, and instead of switching to just chatting screen. Your just chatting screen is your inventory management.
Okay, interesting. Interesting.
I wouldn't be able to focus doing that.
I don't know.
I'd be like, I'm chatting along, and then I delete something.
Yeah, I'm too dumb to sit and do. I mean, it's a great idea. I'll try it. Identity. That sounds like a good idea, but I'm just really I don't know. I don't know if I'm that good yet. I mean, I don't know. Multitask, yeah, I'm terrible at that.
And he says, when I
terrible.
play a game and realize I'm not going to be engaged, I either give a warning ahead of time or won't play it often on
Okay.
stream. Yeah. Totally. Hello, Nine. Welcome on in. Octavius has never been
Nine.
associated with gentle, but I think it fits the main part.
Okay. That's
All right.
true.
Someone told me that RPG games are not good to stream because people get bored. Is this true?
Not true. Not true.
I think my opinion is I think it depends. It depends
Okay.
on the viewer and what they like. I have a hard time watching roleplay.
obviously.
I have a hard time watching roleplay streams, but I know other people
Okay.
like watching it. That's why we provide it. I
Sure.
think if people can get in at the beginning of a session or the beginning of a season, or they can be there from the beginning. If they come in halfway through, it can be more difficult. B, there's a reason that I play Stream Raiders in the back of a role-playing game, so the viewers have something to do.
Sure.
So they can listen in the
Sure.
background while doing other things, or while playing Stream Raiders or playing a game. I think listening to it is just as they can have it on in the background. And that's also why we have channel points, so that they can affect the game or inject energy that might not be there for a role
I
playing
think if
game.
you give them a multitude of things to do in the game, so some people want to be in the stream active and do that. I'm listening to your D&D, so I'm listening to it in my headset, right? And I'm doing my work. And so that works for me, but that doesn't work for everybody. Some people want to interact with it, and that's cool, totally fine.
Right.
But I think that a lot of things, and I don't know if Scarbelly was talking about RPG games in general. Like, for example, Pixelnix likes to stream Baldur's Gate 3. People like to play Baldur's Gate 3. I see a lot of Baldur's Gate 3 people in her stream to watch that particular game. And I think if you get people in there that like the game, then that's okay. But if you're talking about like actual role-playing D&D role play, you like you're talking about, like on Wednesdays, then that is going to be a little different, and people have their different preferences about how they want to consume that portion of content.
Yeah, for sure. If people wouldn't want strategy games or RPG games on stream, there'd only be a Fortnite streamer.
Fork knife streamers. We call it fork knife.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Because they're feeding it to you, probably.
Oh, like just shoving it
Forcing
in your mouth.
it.
Shoving it in your pie hole.
That's the airplane. Take it. Yeah.
Right. I think I'm going to stop and take a quick break. I'll be right back,
Okay.
because I am out of liquid. I need a drink.
That sounds good. Sorry, I did a preemptive break. I apologize.
Yeah, that's all right.
For that, I had a thing happen, so I apologize.
No, that's all right. We
hey,
understand. You had to go rub one out, and we get it. So my sultry voice made you have to
That
leave.
was really supposed to be private.
Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have told people that. All right. At any rate,
already
we will be
know
right back. Stick around, guys. We'll be back for the next one. We're going to talk vacation destinations is our next topic. I know, we're all over the place. So we'll see you guys in a few minutes. And we are back. I needed to go get myself a little drink and go get rid of my previous drink in the restroom. I don't know about Octavia.
And another thing, that Bentley, I mean, are we live? Are we on? Oh.
Yep, sorry. I forgot. I should have warned you. I should have told you we're coming over.
You should have said something.
Sorry. Something. We are back. Our next topic is going to be vacation destinations. Before I click next, I'm going to read some of your posts on vacation destinations.
Where are we going?
Well, Hendate says that vacation destinations set the timer for 5 minutes. Lyric wants to go back to Tahiti. It's been 24 years. 9 of 8 wants to go to Scotland.
Okay.
Lyrics always wanted to do a castle tour. Hendate,
Oh,
southwestern France for a castle tour, and Scotland is just depressing. Oh, interesting.
Oh, no.
Don't tell that to Miss Marvel.
Oh, no.
Redneck says, I'd love to go back to Nashville at some point this year, and when I eventually go visit my parents in Florida, I decided I want to go through the southern states. Probably get to see New Orleans because it sounds fun. Maybe go through Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, till I get to Florida, just because I've never actually seen those states before.
You just said New Orleans like you're from Minnesota.
Did I say New Orleans?
Yeah,
New
you did.
Orleans instead of New
New
Orleans.
Orleans. Nolans.
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 Lyrics wants to do the whole European culture tour. I know you said vacation destinations, but what first calls to me is anywhere I can have a top tier spa treatment and massages. All right.
Just
Sounds
send me
good.
a DM.
I was
9.
going to say,
That's
time to visit Oct8vious for a top tier spa treatment and massage. Lyrics says family roots in Scotland, Ireland, Wales, Germany, England, most of which we know very little about. Red wants to go back to Europe. Hende, do a European tour. Do not skip Eastern Europe. It's worth it. Spent a week in England. Nice. Bath. Identity wants to go to New Zealand. Identity, you keep telling me you're from New Zealand. What the heck?
Identity is not from New Zealand.
I know.
Identity is from like it's an amalgam of like European countries. I fucking don't know. His accent is like you think it's Russian sometimes. Sometimes it's like German. Sometimes it's
I didn't
English.
say it.
I have
Identity.
no
He
idea.
said it.
I have no idea. Identity.
He said it. Not me.
I
He
think
said
you
it.
have an identity crisis. I think you have
that's
some
a good
kind of
point.
crisis.
That's a good point.
Oh no. Oh, did I make him cry too?
You did.
You remember I first met. Did I make you cry the first time I met you? I don't remember.
No, it was like the second. It was in a chat. It was in a group chat. I think at Penny Potatoes Discord. All right, here goes the number. Are we ready?
You try.
Let us-
What?
Vacation destinations. Let's
Wait,
go.
9 passed. 9 passed. She said she passes.
Yeah, I would too. I would too.
Fucking outrageous. Outrageous.
It's because you don't wash your hands after you pee. I mean.
Shit. I'm good. I got a wet nap right here. I'm
We
good.
got a
I'm
wet
fine.
nap.
Totally fine.
It wasn't wet beforehand, but it is now. So what is the number one place you want to visit? You want to go on vacation and see or do?
Let's see. Besides Penny Potato's house?
Yes. I mean, you can have it be Penny Potato's house, I guess. But we're talking vacation destination, not wet dream vacation.
Oh my god. You make them cry. Yes.
That is how you do it.
You break them and then you bring them in.
I break you and then fix you so I can break you again.
Yes, that's
my identity crisis accent because you said he was Russian.
That sounded. I was like, is that identity crisis? Because it sounds just like him. It sounds just like him. Gosh, yeah. Gosh, where would I want to go? So I think that I'd like to.
It's not like you haven't had this list for like 4 days.
I've had this list for 4 days and I didn't read it. So in not reading it, I'm just doing it off the cuff. And,
do you want me? Do you need me to go first?
No, I don't need you to go to first. I am a chatty Cathy, and I can talk about just about anything. And so my vacation destination would be, like somebody suggested, the Castle tour, because I think that to me, when I'm in that environment, I like to see, like, I feel like the medieval stuff, right? That kind of stuff kind of interests me. Also, too, like some of the that's kind of that. I'm sorry. That's kind of like number 2. I'm like, that is super awesome to me. The number 1 destination is going to be the pyramids in Giza. I mean, that is just all of that stuff, the Egyptian stuff, like seeing all those things. I mean, I can't even imagine. Like, I've seen it on TV. I've seen it on I think I want to see that in person, like to even have the tactile feel of the reliefs of looking at some of that stuff that they've carved on the walls, that they've have on their pillars and things like that, and to actually go and touch it and be in that environment and be in that place has a certain energy that you can feel. And so being in that place would be just a phenomenal vacation for me, I think.
Yeah, while that's not necessarily my number 1, I can agree on that. There's something like here in the United States, there is very few like things that I'm like, oh, I've got to see that. Like, yeah, Empire State Building, sure, or the Statue of Liberty. Okay, that would be kind of cool.
Okay.
But
yeah.
like, I want
Yeah.
to see, I want to see something old. I want to see something,
Okay.
older than the U.S. I want to, Indian burial mounds, okay, but like, I want to see Aztec temples. I want to see, a Stonehenge. I want to see, medieval castles. That's the kind I want to see pyramids. That's the kind of stuff I really want to see. I would love to see. So stuff that's really old in that fact, this, if it predates the Civil War,
Yeah.
then yeah, I'd be really interested in seeing those kind of structures. But even not even the Civil War, but predates Victorian era, not Victorian age, but like Golden Age of piracy beyond 1800s.
Sure.
If it predates 1800 stuff, yeah, I'd love to see that.
I agree with that. I want ancient sites. I like in South America, like Pumapunku, like that area where they've got like these carvings, like they put these like monolithic stones together, and they put them together. Like, how the fuck?
Right.
How did they do this? And to be in that environment, and go and just be like, just marvel in it. You could see everything you want on TV, but I think to get the human experience, to actually go visit that site, would be ridiculous. I think you would do yourself a favor to see some of these pyramids and see some of these places,
Right.
even in Mesoamerica, like doing something like that.
Yeah. So while that's not my number one site,
Okay.
Penny Potato says, what about Mother Nature? Well, have I got an answer for you? I want to go to Bora Bora. There's just something about the serene blue ocean with the stilt huts that they have that you can rent and live in for vacation tours, or like, I just want to see that. I just want to see that super clear blue ocean that's not covered full of litter and garbage. There's just something about that I want to see. So yeah, Bora Bora is, I've got it tied. I got a number 1 and number 2 that are kind of tied vacation destinations, but Bora Bora has always been my dream, like, winter vacation. I want to go there and visit. And I don't, and I'm, being an extrovert, I've been told multiple times, what are you going to do when you get there?
Okay.
And that is definitely a thing. Like, I want to go there. I want to see it. I want to walk in that water, or I want to boat in that water. I want to walk. I want to be able to wake up and go, I am surrounded by ocean. I want to sleep there. It is completely unplugged from the world.
Okay. Is that a problem for you? Do you think, for an extrovert?
And, well, yeah. What am I gonna do while I'm there? I'm gonna enjoy it.
What do you mean?
I grew up on the boundary waters of Minnesota. I've spent years in the wilderness. I can guarantee that if you shove me in the woods, probably not in the depths of winter with no clothes, but if you shove me in the woods, if the end of the world happens, I would survive. I'd be fine. I grew up with that. So
everybody follow Epic Realms. Everybody click Epic Realms for a follow in case the apocalypse happens. We'll be fine if we follow Epic Realms.
That's right. I mean, there's a reason we have chickens.
Got it.
And stuff. So
yeah, you have chick. He does have chickens, by the way.
I do.
Raising them. They are.
But yeah. So, but as far as nature, yeah, I love.
Okay.
I don't know where it is on my list, but like a Yellowstone National Park, I would love to see. I would love to tour. I would love to walk through.
That does not sound.
I'd love to go
like
on
that.
an African safari, like the tour to see all the landscape and the animals. That would be really cool to see as well, provided I can be guaranteed that it's safe and I'm not going to get eaten by a freaking lion or trampled by an elephant. But yeah, I would love to see that. And I mean, I love animals, so just going to see animals in their natural habitats in a safe way for me and for them would be really awesome. So those aren't really on a numbered list per se, but that definitely is something that I would love to see.
That is interesting. I don't like any of that. I if I want to see animals, it's going to be in a zoo. It's fine.
Yeah,
it's fine for me. I like to see. I don't know. I just like to see different destinations. I'm fine either being extrovert or introvert. So if there's no people there, that's cool. Hendate made a comment like go there in the off seasons and stuff like that. So it's not as touristy. And it's sad too. Somebody mentioned too in chat that Easter Island would be great. I think it was
Yeah.
Sunstrider. Easter Island would be great, except for some of it was damaged. I know that
That sucks, by the
that's
way.
a loss to us. It sucks. I know that some things in Iraq were damaged. Some of the historical sites there were damaged by people, and to ruin it for the rest of humanity, so they can't visit those sites and see the things that the ancient people did do. And so that's kind of sad, for sure. But I don't think if anybody's um wants to go to those places, I don't think that should stop you from going. I think there's plenty there to occupy your time. But yeah, I you talk about being an extrovert and like what would you do there. I don't know that you would find a shortage of things to do. Like, you would just go do your things. I feel like
Yeah.
when you went to Bora Bora or something, you just go into the boat, get on the things. I don't think there's any shortage of things. I know that people talk about going on a European tour, and that some of the destinations have become so saturated with tourists that it becomes a touristy destination. So some of the history is also lost. So
Yeah,
all
somebody
the
mentioned that in
shops,
chat.
but sure, all the shops are fucked because they've all got just tourist trap type of things there, versus like going there to see a thing, and going there to see the history of it and things like that. That sometimes gets lost. And I think that's probably true on a lot of these different vacations. So it's going to be tough anymore to go and see something, purely just to see it, because there's going to be those tourists. I mean, I saw a picture of the Giza, plateaus with fucking McDonald's in the background. I mean, it's just kind of what it is.
Yeah, exactly. Is there a tour? Is there an event? An event that you'd like to participate that is kind of a touristy event? And I'm not going to say WrestleMania. You can say it, but I'm
Sure.
not going to say it because that's
Sure. Besides the nude bicycle tour, gosh, I'm thinking an event. I don't typically like events. I
Okay.
don't typically like the people that it draws. So you're talking like if you talk about a Coachella, or you talk about going there, and like,
Yeah.
even I
going
try
for
to
the
go
ball
to
drop in
a-
New York, or going
yeah,
to Mardi
that
Gras.
that does not appeal to me. That does not appeal to me. I know going to, like, I went to a Viking game, okay, in Minnesota, and you can, but it sucks trying to park at the stadium, right? So I park at the Mall of America, and then you take a tram or a train, right, to the actual stadium, and this is like hours of your time spent trying to actually get there. And then once you get there, there's all kinds of people. The bathrooms lines are long, the concession lines are long. And then what's my enjoyment of this? Seeing this live for a while is fine, but I think the balance between the amount of hassle and the amount of fun that you have at an event, if you're not a pure extrovert, like yourself, and correct me if I'm wrong though, but you might have more fun in that environment than, say, I would.
Yeah.
I would not enjoy that kind of thing. I like a setting. For example, I like to go to a bar where you can hear other people talking, versus a bar that's thumping and you can't hear anything but the music. And some people enjoy that too. So for me,
Okay.
it's not about all the people there and the loudness. It's about maybe more intimate settings and surroundings.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
There's a place in Key West. Key West, Florida is on my top five lists. But when you talk about events, it's number one. They have a place called Fantasy Fest.
Okay.
And it's very much like New Orleans Mardi Gras, except for it's like a pirate themed sort of event, or it's a fantasy fest. So it's like, mostly pirates, but they've also got a lot of other like medieval costuming and stuff like that. And it just, every time I see anything about it or hear anything about it, I'm like, man, I want to go to Fantasy Fest in Key West, Florida, because that kills two. Like, New Orleans is great. If I'm going to go there though, I'm going to go there for its haunted tours. I'm not going to go there for Mardi Gras. I'd love to go there for their haunted tours. But Fantasy Fest, there is a have you ever heard of David Attell? He's a stand-up comedian.
I know Dave Attell, yeah.
Dave Attell used to do a show. God, I should see if he'd do the podcast. At any rate, Dave Attell.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, he would be this.
He used to have a show on Comedy Central called Insomniac. And he would go to all these places. It would start off with the end of his stand-up routine, and then he'd tour the city overnight. So it'd be like he'd tour the city until the sun came up. And he went there during Fantasy Fest. And I loved the show because you get to see all these really cool things. And he went to Fantasy Fest, and I was enamored. Like, I had seen Mardi Gras, and I had seen other, California, I think's got their own version of it as well. And I had seen all those. And there was just something about Fantasy Fest that called to me. And I was like, I need to go to this event. This event looks amazing. So
That's and gosh, I think theme stuff like that is super great. Like some of the chat was saying, like a Star Trek
con.
like a Star Trek con, or what's the ones with the medieval stuff? I lost the name of it.
Renaissance festivals.
Renaissance Festival. Like, you're going knowing what the theme is, and going to a themed something appeals to me. Like, I would go to a Renaissance Festival. I'd go to a Star Trek con. But yeah, I mean that, and Lyric says, like, some random guy stick his hand while you're trying to look at the Sistine Chapel. Like, going to the Sistine Chapel is pretty special.
Yeah.
Right? And then to have it interrupted by people, basically, right? Because people are going to be there, unfortunately, and that happens, and that ruins it. Like going to the opera at the Milano Opera House. I mean, these are great suggestions. I try to think of places that I want to go, and I'm like, I want to do all these things that Chad is saying right now. I want to, that sounds good to me. Or going to a Broadway show, right? On Broadway in New York.
Yeah.
I want to do
depending
that.
on the show for me. I love
depending on the show.
I've seen a couple Broadway tours that were touring the US, not stayed in Broadway, but when they go on tour, I've seen.
Sure. Is that the same? Do you think you
I don't know, because I've never been to the show when they've been on Broadway.
Well,
but I'm assuming
I understand
they're the same.
that.
It's the same. It's a stage, and it's the same actors.
I understand that. The show is the same, but being in New York has to be a different experience than seeing it on tour. Like, I just feel like it has to be.
Yeah,
like being in standing in line. I went to recently in California, standing in line for a show in like the theater district, and it was a surreal experience for me versus like just going to a random show like here in my home city. I mean, it's like, okay, yeah, we're going to a show, big deal. But for me, in a different location, it was a totally different experience. It was a much, much larger city than I'm used to. And there was just a plethora of people, and we had to stand in line for a long time. But it was definitely a different experience than what I'm used to. And so I was definitely out of my comfort zone doing that. And so my go-to was a lot of finger dancing during the concert.
Yeah.
So
and I think you're right. I think that the location does have a lot to do with it, because let's be honest, like, I'm a wrestling fan. You've watched wrestling. Watching a wrestling event in Chicago is going to be a lot different than watching a wrestling event in Boise, Idaho. Like, the audience is not going to be the same. So I'm assuming the live action that's one of those things where the audience does matter.
So you think you feed off the rest of the people. So, like they say, laughter is infectious, right? So if you're in an audience, you can feed off the energy of the audience. Like, if they're hating on a character, for example, wrestling, let's just use that as an example. If you're in the audience where the villain comes out and the whole audience is like, oh, I hate this guy, you kind of can feel that energy from a standpoint. But if you're in a place where maybe they're not used to wrestling, everybody's indifferent to what's happening, you get a way different experience, even though it's the same show.
Yeah, and I think that would be the same for a Broadway show. So yeah, Broadway, watching a Broadway show that's the same show on tour here in Minnesota, I think while the crowd has similar taste, it's not the same crowd. You're not in the same building. You don't have the same acoustics. The actors feel different. Like, they're not used to this location, this stage. So yeah, and I think going to Broadway for it's more special because you're in Broadway and everybody's like, we're at a Broadway show. It doesn't matter if you can watch the same show there, but if you're watching it at Broadway, there's that I'm in Broadway. I'm
Sure.
wrestling. I'm in Madison Square Garden watching
Sure.
wrestling.
Right. I mean, you get that extra, but like Lyric says, there crowds of similar interests help you along, right?
Mhm.
So if you're at a wrestling show, they're all wrestling fans. Obviously, you're gonna be fine. For example, I have a theater here in town, and I went to a show that was a kind of theateristic, and so they're not going to the show because they just whatever, I want to do something. They're there, the tickets are expensive, and they're there to watch a show, and everybody had a good time. And so I was in the theater headspace, and so I super enjoyed it. And I think the crowd helped that, right? I wasn't at the Met, right? I wasn't at Madison Square Garden, but the people of similar interests were in the show, or in the audience, excuse me. And so that definitely helped out with that. So yeah. I'm a homebody too, Penny. I traveling for other people's sake is kind of what I do too.
Redneck
Lincoln
saw Phantom of
Memorial.
the Opera in London once. And
Oh,
that was
wow.
that'd be cool.
That would
I'd
be
love.
cool
I'd love
too.
to see
Yep.
London.
Yeah.
The UK in general, I just love to tour the hell out of it. I know
Mhm,
Hende
mhm.
mentioned something about hard pass on that, but I would love
Sure.
love
Yeah.
to just go there. I would love to go see the structures, if for no
Mhm.
other reason, to see all of the structures, whether it's things like Stonehenge and Castle. I don't care if it's an
Yeah.
old farmhouse that's
Right.
been around since since 1500s, and it's
Mhm,
not a tourist attraction. I'd still
Right.
want to see it. I'd be like, dude, there were people
Right.
here that literally lived through the Black Plague in this
Mhm.
building. Like, that to
Yep.
me is just so
Yep.
cool to see buildings that
That
are
is
that
really
old.
that's really strange. I would like to tour with Identity Crisis, so when I went, I would be the one who's talking weird instead of Identity. So it'd be like a switch. So that would be fun for me, I
Right.
think.
Like to see
Yep,
Tenacious D.
absolutely.
Yes, I'd love to see Tenacious D.
Yes, Tenacious Jesus.
Wait,
Jesus.
wait.
Absolutely.
You
Nope, stop that.
motherfuckers.
Stop it. Stop it now. Nope. Stop that.
Saw Cats
Is it
in
over?
London.
Is it over?
Been to Scotland. The regular architecture there, normal houses, those are built to exhume depression. It's horrible even
Oh.
during the 5 sunny days. a year.
Oh no.
Wow.
Or God,
Wow.
Miss Marvel is not here to see this.
We need to introduce
See
Hende
this.
to Mucky so they can both make fun of Scotland together.
They can both do that. Nine says, when I went to the Lincoln Memorial, there's a lot of writing on the walls, but I couldn't read it at all because the crowd filling the place was too hard to see over. At least the statue itself was too large to be blocked by people. See, so therein lies the issue. Like, if you're going during a time when there's a lot of tourism there, trying to wade through the crowds, trying to meander and get yourself elbowing in to where you got to go, it's kind of hard sometimes because you're not the only one that wants to see whatever you want to see.
Yeah.
So much in
Totally.
DC to see. Yeah, it's always packed. Yeah, that's probably an issue, Stephen.
Let me know the next. They were here and I didn't get to go see them. I'm so sad. I just couldn't afford it. Yeah, affording things.
The last person I saw in Minneapolis was or I saw them in St. Paul.
It was me.
Was no, it wasn't though. Somebody famous. No, I'm just joking. Wow. Can I get a fuck you? That was that comedian. What's that guy's
Hey,
name?
Identity, do you want to give him a fuck you for me?
Wow. Yes, please. Yes, please.
Red says London itself was great. Saw Shakespeare's Globe Theatre, the Tower of London, Windsor Castle. Saw some changing the castle. That would be awesome. I would love to see the Shakespeare's Globe Theatre. I know it's a recreation. It's not the original, but I would still love to see it.
It would still be fun to see. Anyway, in yeah, it definitely would be. That would be a kind of a highlight too. I saw Louis C.K. In St. Paul, and so before all the business that he whatever come to light or whatever. But
what's your biggest favoriteest like concert or show like that, comedy, whatever that you've been to? Either like the biggest one or like the one you look back on as you're like, this was the coolest experience that I've had.
So I used to work at a casino so there was a lot of people that came through that played the casino, and so I kind of draw on that. So there's two of them. Like, so the one that I had went to and paid money for as a viewer would be it was a Motley Crue, Poison, and I think Firehouse
Okay.
was the concert, and that was pretty huge for me. I had front row tickets for that, and I also had front row tickets for Garth Brooks,
Oh, nice.
which I was like, okay, I mean, I got them, and I'm like, I don't know if I'm gonna, but he put on just a ridiculous show. It was so much fun, so I became a fan of his music after that. But when I worked at the casino, we had a Weird Al Yankovic come through. We had Taylor Swift before she became big come through. We had I did have Firehouse come through there too, but they all had cut their hair, so it was weird. It was like they were just
Yeah.
regular dudes. They look like accountants, and I'm like, you're
Yeah.
gonna sing Firehouse songs? Because are you guys even Firehouse? I don't even know. I need ID. So there was those people came through. We had different country artists. We had George Carlin come through.
Oh,
So it was
God, that
kind
would've
of
been
it was
awesome.
it's kind of, yeah, and we had several other celebrities come through, and it was like um it was kind of, it's kind of surreal, but at the same time, I tried not to fangirl right with them at all, but they had some different like demands, excuse me. And so, for example, like Weird Al Yankovic um needed, like, not only like, not like a vegan meal, but he had a special requirements for like his food, like what he wanted and how he wanted his stage set up, and he's very particular. So it was really nice. And I say that, it's like, oh, that sounds like it's hard. It wasn't. It was like he said this, and this. It was so simple to set up for him. Like, he
Yeah.
knew what exactly what he wanted. He said, no, not like this, and it was fine. But some people came in and it was like, some celebrities are like, yeah, whatever. And then you did it, and they're like, no, I didn't want it that way. And it's like, oh, for Christ's sake. It's
Right.
like, well, you didn't say. And so, you get to meet all these different celebrities, and they all have different personalities like normal people. But I think the funnest one was gonna have to be Weird Al Yankovic was a lot of fun to meet, and
Yeah.
a lot of fun he had a fun concert, he puts on a fun show, and he just had a fun all the way around, no matter what venue he was in. So he was a really nice guy all the way around. And so that was kind of fun for me too. But yeah, Penny said Garth Brooks puts on a great show, and it's just it was just intense. It was just
Yeah.
intense.
Garth Brooks came here to the Twin Cities, and he did
Okay.
I'll do a show until it stops selling out. Every night until it stops selling out.
Yeah, he does do that, doesn't he? Yeah,
he
did
showed
2
up,
shows
and
here.
it's like,
Yeah.
I think he did 14
However
shows.
many you need to do. How many?
I think he did like 14 shows or something. It was
14
ridiculous.
shows. He's like, fine, 14 shows. Fine.
Yeah, he's just like, I'll keep doing. He kept doing the show until he didn't sell out. The day he
and
sold
that's
out
funny.
was the last
Garth
show.
Brooks is the Oct8vious of country music. I feel like doing all the great shows, all the shows, all in a row.
I think my favorite band always has been the Police.
Okay.
And it was like, I really got into like Sting and the Police. Like, I understood them. I was pretty young in the 80s and the 70s, so I didn't, like, I knew of them, but I didn't know, I knew their songs, but I didn't really know who they are until I got older. And then I was like, I love this. And they kind of became my favorite band, and listening to them and their music and everything. And at that point in time, obviously they broke up and they split up or whatever. And so I had become a big fan, and I've still followed, all of them, Stuart Copeland and Sting and Andy Summers. I, follow them and listen to all of their stuff, and I was just super into it. And then I watched, they got inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and I had to watch it. I went out of my way to watch the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And they played a song on stage for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. They got inducted, and then they announced they were going on tour. And I was like, you gotta be shitting me. Because they hate each other. Like, they were like,
sure.
They're going on. I'm there.
That sounds much like Motley Crue. They're all like, nope, we hate each other. Yeah. Weird.
And they went on tour. I watch every day. I went to the website. I watch. I spent 2 months rent for tickets so I could go see the Police.
Oh my God. Wow.
Worst / best decision of my life. I had to move.
Mm-hmm.
But I went, actually no, I worked. I didn't move. I actually worked a ton and was able to catch up. But I went to that concert, and that still to this day, I got a they released their Buenos Aires concert from that tour as a DVD set. And
Okay.
I will put that DVD concert on and I won't watch it. I'll just listen to it because it puts me back there. It puts me back in that moment. That was one of the greatest, one of the greatest days of my life, short of, obviously my wedding. One of the best days I
That's
ever
good
had was
because
going to
Curly
see.
Girl is watching and listening. So
Yeah,
good
she
job.
might be. She might be doing something else.
Good job.
Might be getting
Good
late.
job.
She might be taking
No,
care of the
it's good.
dog or something. But yeah. So yeah, that was.
It does put you back, right? So you remember those songs and you
Oh,
remember
I
those
mean,
things. Put you
I
right
know
back
most of the
there.
songs anyhow, but the way they played them was just a little bit
Right.
different. And
Mhm.
some of the things I remember, his son was in a band called Fiction Plane, which I loved. They opened for them, and I went and I bought both of their albums because I was like, this is so great. And I was like, this is like they're going to be the next big band, and I don't know what happened to them, but it was just a really cool, awesome experience. And so yeah, that was probably my big. I would have loved to have seen George Carlin live. We'll have to do a category, a stand-up comedy category on a future.
Sure, we
future
definitely
show.
can. I think that too. When I listened to a Garth Brooks song, I remember the concert. When I listened to like I went to the Eagles final tour or whatever when they wrapped it up. I remember the Eagles song. When I listened to a Bryan Adams song, I remember being at the Bryan Adams concert. So going to those places and doing those things, when I hear about a place that I have been, I remember going to that place all the time. How does? Oh no!
Oh no!
How does venue planning work? How does venue planning work? That's different. That's different than the subject. How does venue planning work? I mean, that's really, I don't know if that's interesting or not, but basically you've got lighting, setting up the sound and how the stage is going to be, where they're going to come in and out, and like they've got like stairs where they're going to come up and down, and how they want
lighting,
all of that stuff. Yeah, lighting is important, like how they want the different lighting set up, and you've got like a machine that does like strobing or however they want that set up, and then you run that, and then they got spotlights too that you got people running. And
Weird Al's got to
that's
have the little spot on the
kind of
side for
it.
all of his costume changes too.
Yeah, he's got costume changes, and so he got a little thing he's got to run out to do that, come back in. It's kind of just logistical. I mean, it wasn't too huge of a deal, and it was really weird. I was at the casino, I was the IT guy, but I'm like, why am I doing friggin' stage shit? They never understood that, but they're like, does that thing plug in? Does it have electronics? That's you, IT guy. And I was like, oh, okay. So I had to learn all of that stuff, and it was pretty interesting.
Oh, Henry
But
was talking about things like Garth Brooks coming in and saying, "I'll play until I don't sell out." I think the idea was that if there was another show, it would be the next date that they had open. So they would do the show like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Yeah, exactly.
Thursday was hockey. Then Friday was Garth Brooks again. Saturday was Garth Brooks again. Then Sunday was football. Then Monday was Garth Brooks until he didn't sell out. So
they definitely had that. So there was a couple of concerts where we had, there's an influx of interest. Hey, do you talk to, so the guy had to talk to the manager and hey, can you do one more show as long as he's here? Yes or no. Sorry, we got another show in this, we can't do that, or yes, we can. And so kind of asking that in advance for something like that. But I think if you're talking about a Garth Brooks concert, normally somebody, we had one, I forget the concert, but I think it was an older gentleman, but he's like, hey, if this sells out, I can do two, like right away, like right off the get-go. So I'm imagining that Garth Brooks is like, hey, however many, that's how many I'm doing, and that's the premise behind it. And I'm sure
the venue's not going to say no to how many sold out. Oh, yeah. Sorry, we're only going to let you do one show. We're not going to let you do 14 sold out shows. We don't want to make that money.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Last stadium tour, people said it brought Motley Crue closer together enough that Mick Mars decided enough's enough and retires. Yeah. Mick Mars, it was old when Motley Crue started, I think.
Right.
I guess a classical concert is a different animal because I've been to a symphony many times, and it'd be cool to do some singers too. So when I've been to a classical concert, somebody was talking in
Oh.
front of me,
Oh.
like during a classical concert. And Lyric, and I know you've been to a classical concert. So when the guy is doing his thing or the lady is doing their thing on stage, and especially if it's solo, their eyes are
We're
probably
not talking about
closed.
stripping, Octavius.
No, I know. I
Okay.
can. Oh, no. Anyway, yeah, they're into their thing, right? And they're just into the music. And just to watch somebody just be so into it, and you're just listening to it. And then for somebody to start talking, there was a gentleman next to me. He grabbed the person in a Vulcan neck pinch in front of me and was like, I paid $250 for these tickets. You need to shut the fuck up. And it made, I don't know if that made the concert for me, but that guy was like, he was so small in the chair after that. It was so funny. I was like, yeah, dude, why are you doing that? If you're talking in general when a performance is on stage, I think it's pretty disrespectful to the performer. It's disrespectful if you're watching a speech to the person who's talking, who's doing the speech. Any extemporaneous stuff that's happening on stage, if you're talking over the top of it, even if you don't like it, it's fine. Please don't
don't ruin it for other people.
Don't ruin it for other people, and don't ruin it for the people who are trying to perform. They're just trying to do their job. They don't come to your work and go, hey, you're not following that shit right, what's wrong with you, or talking over the top of what you're doing. So yeah.
Lyric says she loves Sting's later acoustic older style remake of songs. That's
okay.
I have that album. I mean, I think I'm only missing like 3 Sting albums, to be honest, and they're all like interspersed. But yeah, that one is it's really good because a lot of them I watched the special on it. He wanted to do music. All of the classic songs he wanted to do the way he would do them now.
Okay.
Because we talk about people evolving and changing, so he redid all of the classics that he did with the Police or by himself, and he redid them how he would want to do them now. And they're really good. They're really good. Some of them, and there's a couple new songs on there too. And this is probably 5-10 years ago.
Okay.
But yeah.
But that's okay. I think that's okay. I think Bon Jovi did something similar where he did a bunch of acoustic versions of his songs. Oh, interestingly enough, Def Leppard had like rights to their songs like stolen from them or taken, or there was some problem. So they said, all right, fuck you. I'm going to record all of the songs the same exact way, note for note, separately, like separate masters, so they could retain the rights to their songs. And so they did that with all of their albums, every single song. The group of Def Leppard did all their songs the same exact way, so they could have it and be able to do what they want with it, which was an interesting take on doing something like that.
Fred says he thinks he remembers the story of Hugh Jackman doing a Broadway show and someone's phone went off. Yeah, I heard that story too. I've heard that story. It was the Music Man. He did a lot of stuff with Music Man.
You gonna get that? I would be like, yeah, you gonna get that, dude.
They did. I just watched a video the other day of one of his. He was doing. I think it was the Music Man, and they were doing an auction where they were auctioning off his some of the stuff from the show for charity.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're sitting there and they're auctioning off his hat to people in the audience, and he's like going along with it and whatever, and all of a sudden you hear somebody yell out $100,000 for his hat, and the place just stopped and everybody turned, and Nicole Kidman stands up from the audience, and everyone's like, holy shit, we didn't even know she was sitting here watching the show with us.
Oh wow.
And he was like, get up here, and so she goes up on stage and give him a hug and stuff like that, and it was a pretty cool little clip.
That is funny. Sunstrider says about Bon Jovi's This Left Feels Right album, they had different, I like different interpretations of songs. Some people like it's not like the original. I'm not one of those people. I enjoy people's interpretations, even if it's a different artist having a different take on a song. I get a different flavor, and I think having different flavors on things gives you a perspective of it puts that individual stamp on somebody, so you get to learn about a person given the way they've interpreted something.
Right.
So I think that's that's a pretty important. What's the next thing?
I have. Well, we'll
Oh,
get to the
no.
next thing here in a second.
Oh, okay.
But
Okay.
I'll segue to it. Talking
Okay.
about music and people doing covers. One of my favorite. There's a band that I listen to that their very first album was all cover songs, and I prefer almost all of them to the originals. Like I'll hear
Okay.
the original come on the radio, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Let's get the Fozzy Chris Jericho version of this song.
Oh no.
Yes.
Oh.
Stand Up and Shout, and there's a couple other ones I can't think of them off the top of my head that are all like, I hear it on the radio and I'm like, no, give me the Chris Jericho Fozzy version of this song any day of the week. So this is an impressively long stream of just chatting. Well, that's kind of the theme. That is the theme sometimes, Squirrelin. Welcome on in. So yeah, speaking of Chris Jericho and wrestling, we're going to talk about the best era in professional wrestling. I know we're going to lose some of you, but stay. It's going to be entertaining. It's the two of us.
Is it?
It's
Oh,
going to be.
my. Oh.
But here's the thing. We also,
I'll
after
try.
we have to say what we think is the best era and why and have that conversation, we then have to argue for why another era that we don't think is the best. We have to argue for why that era is actually better than our favorite, what we think is the best.
What we do?
Yep.
What? How long is this for? 30 minutes total, or is it like two separate 30 minutes?
Yeah, we're already started. You better go.
I don't see that on this. Oh, there's the clock. Okay.
Yeah, stream delay, 3 seconds, baby.
Yeah. Oh,
We're fired. Thank you, Identity Crisis, for the "You're
Vince
fired."
McMahon.
What do you What do
okay.
you think is the best era ish of professional
Sure.
wrestling? Like,
So
who was the champ in that era, or the couple
so-
champs in that era?
Yeah, so I think when I'm thinking about the history of me watching wrestling, there's a few starts. So like TNA wrestling in the very, very beginning, pretty rough, right? Until they kind of got their groove going. It's along the same time frame, really. I think it's kind of where I know some people say like maybe WCW and WWE battling it out, but
Right.
for me it wasn't quite good enough then. I did watch it as a kid, but it wasn't quite good enough. I like rope opera, and you know, wow, that is none of that. 2000 BC.
I saw that too. I was like, you gotta be really, Hendate, really.
Really? So we're doing Princess Bride now. Okay, cool. Yep. I mean, that's probably the best acting Andre the Giant ever did. But some people like that WCW era, that little bit, the attitude,
The Monday
era,
Night Wars.
but it didn't. When did the Attitude Era start? For me, it didn't start then. It started with The Rock, not when he started being The Rock. When that started, so you've got The Rock, you've got Triple H, you've got DX, you've got Mick Foley, Undertaker. In that era, I hated when the Undertaker went all biker. That was not fun for me.
Biker Taker? We called him
Biker Taker. Do not like Biker Taker. But the thing is, it's really. Oh, Rob Reiner recorded all his lines for him, and you remember I said that. That's interesting. So yeah, so growing up, that Hulk Hogan thing, of just, you look back in those things, and it's just like that's not it. It was definitely. I don't know, probably the middle to late half of the Attitude Era, I think, is where it was. So DX, right?
Yeah.
That kind of stuff.
There's a little bit of overlap between the Monday
there is
Night
overlap
Wars,
on eras.
because there's the Monday Night Wars, and then there's the Attitude Era, and there's like this part in the middle.
It is.
Where
And
that
then when
happened.
Jericho came on the scene, right, from WCW to when there was this countdown, who the fuck is this guy? What's happening? And that was all hyped up. And when he came out, just the sass, like when they started developing characters where the lines were blurred between the heel and the what's the not the heel?
Babyface or
the
face?
baby face. Sorry, I'm sorry, I've got the olds. Between the baby face and the heel, when the lines were blurred, like The Rock's character, like Chris Jericho's character, they could switch between the two. When you start getting wrestlers with the personality where they could flip between the two on a moment's notice, and you like them either way, those are the most valuable players on the team for that company that was doing wrestling. And so, what and you know, and when also they didn't PG-13 it, right? Once that happened, garbage to me. It wasn't as much fun. And not that I need it to be bloody or gory,
Or PG?
but I just need or PG. I need it to happen. What happens, what happens. Whatever happens in there is what happens. This is a battle, and it's supposed to be, it's supposed to be a little bit rough. And if you're dumbing
you're
things
not
down,
gonna have a Stone
I don't
Cold
like it.
Steve Austin if he's not in
No,
the sharpshooter
you're
with it
not.
pouring off out of his
You're
face.
you're not going to have that. And not, I'm like, oh, that's awful, but they didn't overdo some of that stuff. Sometimes they did, obviously, sometimes they did, but it's not like they're just every night. It's not like Extreme Wrestling or was it ECW?
ECW, yeah.
Where they just had it wasn't Paul Heyman and doing like ECW matches or like just extreme,
I want to argue
table
the fact.
matches and
I
stuff
want to
like
argue
that.
the fact.
I don't think that's fun.
I want to argue the fact because ECW wasn't just all these extreme things. Because ECW, they had a couple of those, but you still had these classic luchador matches. You still had these classic Eddie Guerrero and Chris Benoit, who does, WWE doesn't acknowledge, but you had these classic, amazing matches before they ever got seen in WCW and WWE were being held in ECW
they were being held because they gave them exposure to those kinds of different styles of wrestling, different people wrestling, and gave you like a launch pad for some of that stuff. And you're definitely right. I mean, ECW, I'm not thinking of the right things. I do apologize, but
right.
Extreme Wrestling, what do you think of Tommy Dreamer, right? Doesn't Tommy Dreamer have like House of Horror or House of Hardcore? So that in there
for a while, but yeah.
No, he hasn't, but it's like kendo sticks and tacks, and every match seems to be that way. And that's a little it's a little like watching you eat the one chip challenge to me. It's a little bit too much.
Welcome
and
in,
so
Grinder.
I do enjoy a rope opera. I need to have some story context as to why these people are battling and multi-threaded. Like, people are not one thing or the other. And when they don't dumb the wrestling down, that's where I liked it. And that's what I thought the Attitude Era kind of had. Like, you had these people who were, the writing was kind of good and they had multi-threaded things going on.
So you're saying the late Attitude Era, post NWO, but pre John Cena era.
So John Cena, I think a little bit of the John Cena era in the beginning. Yeah. So that was fine. When Triple H was still there and The Rock was still there, for example, for the most part, right? Before they semi-retired from their stuff. You had Shane McMahon doing some antics, right? You still had Vince McMahon coming out like a doofus, right? With his things.
He does this with his arms.
You had The Undertaker wrestling mostly full time. You had Kane or whatever coming out, mostly full time. You had a lot of these guys and cutting good promos like, oh, this is going to be good, hyping the matches up, that kind of stuff. That's the kind of era that I like, and maybe they're coming back to that. I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I haven't watched wrestling for a while because it went PG, and then some of the wrestling was just like, there's no story behind it. Why are these guys wrestling? No idea.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I like the Attitude Era. I think I'm more leaning towards the Monday Night Wars as being better, just because you didn't know what was going to happen, but closer to the Attitude Era side of the Monday, because obviously there's the beginning, there's the I guess NWO, starting NWO era, Attitude Era, not or Monday Night Wars, because like they had the Monday Night Wars before, where they had like Lex Luger would come on their Monday night show the day after he left WWE. Like, yeah, that was cool, but that was, they still it wasn't really hot. But I definitely think like when you had the NWO at its core and they were competing with Mankind and The Rock, on Monday nights, and you were flipping back and forth, and they were like right nose to nose all the time. I think that's where it was. To me, that's where it was the best, because it was a competition, and they were so neck and neck, and you didn't know what was going to happen. And
Yeah,
then
it definitely
eventually
did.
you started to see WCW start to fall apart, and that's kind of where it's
They
like,
did. They did fall
ugh.
apart, and it's Russo's fault, right? It was basically took over the writing. Sorry, terrible writing and ruined it. And it's like, I need to
I think
have
it
my
was
best stars win everything all the time, constantly, and that was the problem.
I think it was the Warner Brother Time Warner merger's fault.
Okay.
Because Eric Bischoff was like the brain genius between on WCW, and then he was getting pulled too many different ways with, too many cooks in the kitchen, and he couldn't run the ship.
I
and
don't
try
think
and
he
do all
can
the
run a
stuff.
ship. I mean, maybe. I don't think Eric Bischoff is a very
There's
smart
a show.
person.
There's a show
I don't
called.
think so.
There's a
Ugh,
show. There's a documentary
Bischoff.
called the Death of WCW.
Okay.
And it goes over a lot of that, and it's just like you see how much that Warner.
How was it skewed?
What's that?
How much you're saying it's going to show you how much Warner Brothers had a control over all this?
How much
Is
the
that right?
Time Warner merger affected it,
Okay.
because they had the merger and all of the bosses changed, and nobody really knew who was in charge, and
Okay.
suddenly there was nobody because nobody knew. So they were taking funds from WCW. They were taking their funds and funneling them to other shows when they
Okay.
needed it, and they weren't giving it back. And they were like, why
Okay.
are you doing, like, what is this WCW thing? What is all of this? What are all these financials that are happening here? Like, they got Macho Man. They basically got Macho Man for free, because they brought him in, and the ad revenue from Slim Jim itself paid for Macho Man's stay. And so,
Yeah,
like, all
that's
of the
weird.
money and the shuffling of funds for what their shows were getting, they had no
Yeah.
idea. And then Eric was
I
like
see.
trying to balance all of that, and then he couldn't focus on the show. And then he wasn't being able to pay attention to contracts and people that like slipped in things in their contract, like, oh, you can do whatever you want, and you get
Well,
to
that's
choose
a
whether
guy
you wanna
trying to do
release.
too much at the same time. Should have
Exactly.
had more of a staff, maybe like that. But I know that who ran Turner, right? Ran that
He ran half
stuff, and
of
he
it.
just wanted a wrestling show, and
Right.
so he got it. And it's like, I wonder how much that played into it. And that's interesting that that merger
Yeah, because he
happened like that.
lost
But I
all
don't.
of his power during that
Yeah.
time because he
Sure.
wasn't.
I mean that. I don't know. I've seen Eric Bischoff. I don't know that he was very good at what he was doing.
Yeah.
I don't see that in his other opportunities to do other things outside of what he was doing at the time. After that or before, I'm not like, oh yeah, Eric Bischoff really knows what he's doing. I never had that impression
Okay.
of Eric Bischoff. So you may disagree.
I only some of the time, some of the things. Because obviously, like, as a performer, he was great. He had a lot of great ideas, but yeah, if you look at what happened, like when they hired him over at TNA, it's like, but were his hands tied there as well? We'll never really know. But I think he's got good ideas. Have a good one, Penny. Take care of yourself.
Take care of yourself. Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, I think that is my favorite era. Now,
Okay.
if you were to argue that another era is better, what era is better than the one that you said, and why is
Okay.
that era better?
Okay.
Part of me wants to say right now.
Okay.
Overall, but part of me also
Got it.
wants to say the 80s,
Okay.
the rock and wrestling era of wrestling.
Gotcha.
I
So,
think.
Yep.
I think those are the two. I don't know about you. We can argue about
We're
why.
gonna be
in a
we're gonna be
second.
great. Yep. We've got stuff to talk about then. Yeah, absolutely.
What do you think? What is your?
So obviously as a kid, right, rock and wrestling, that is garbage to me. That's pandering to children, and it's definitely going to the PG route. So you had like a cartoon, right? And you had the Hulk Hogan being like almost like a cartoon character in essence. So
we're talking lyrics era now.
yeah, lyrics. So going talking about that, I'm not gonna, yeah, nope, I can't agree with that. Now, in our discussions, like I've been away from wrestling for a little bit, so I'm like, I don't know if I want to come back. And you're like, hey, dude, Vince McMahon is out.
Yep.
The new wrestling show is, what's the new wrestling now? That other
so
company?
Many. The main one
No,
is AEW is the main one.
AEW, sorry, that's the one I'm talking about. AEW is really on its stride now. Dude, you need to come back and start watching some wrestling. And so that to me right now is exciting. Like, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know how this direction is going to go. With Vince McMahon, you know what the formula is. Triple H, I kind of know NXT, right? But if he's going to run things, I don't know what's going to happen on the main shows and stuff. How is this going to work out? AEW is a new company. Not sure how that's going to work out, but it looks promising. So yeah, exciting, right? But history will tell how the now is going to work. To me, it's going to have to be before rock and roll wrestling or rock and wrestling,
so
whatever
like
it is.
70s.
So yeah, I obviously wasn't born or watched it then, but when you go back, those guys really pioneered. When you talk about like a Ric Flair, you talk about some of the old wrestlers that pioneered some of what's happening now. I think it's really great when they have like the Wrestling Hall of Fame and you get to see some of these old guys and you get to see their highlights and get to see what they did. It gives me an appreciation for what people are doing now because they really stepped on the shoulders of giants there. You know, building up what they're actually doing, because some of that's been done before and, you know, improved upon and things like that. So to me, the 70s era is where they kind of built the foundation, and I think that's a cool era to go back and take a look at since I didn't live through it.
Yeah, I agree. And there's actually a Twitch stream called like TNA wrestling, or not TNA, it's the hell's it called? It's called Territory Wrestling.
Territory wrestling.
And all they do is they show stuff from the territory days. So yeah.
They had so many, and Vince McMahon really consolidated a lot of that. Is that right? I think I'm right.
Yeah,
on
he
that
bought
one.
out a lot of them.
I bought out a lot of them, so he had a lot of different, and I think that was good. Vince McMahon was good for wrestling in that aspect, and then also got things televised, and so you got a lot more exposure to what wrestling was and how much the wrestling could actually tell you a story.
I think right now, here's my argument for right now. Right now, I think is
okay.
I think we're living in an age of wrestling that is historic.
Okay.
We went for so long with just one option.
Yes.
We went for so long with
option. By the way,
they had no competition. They had nothing. Yes, I guess TNA existed, Ring of Honor existed, New Japan existed.
They still all exist.
But they didn't give us a lot. Like TNA gave us some stuff, but they dropped the ball. They were very much WCW.
I enjoyed TNA a lot. They did drop the ball on a lot of stuff. New Japan Wrestling's hard because they don't have as much story, I feel like, in that one. And then AEW is just new. So, I mean, that was pretty much in infancy. And I think some of the Ring of Honor doesn't have that much of a story either. What did you think about what's that one in Mexico, like the Luchador
MLW or AAA?
No. It was like it was a show. Like they had like a mafia drug lord, and he was managing these wrestlers. It was a show.
Lucha Underground.
Yeah, Lucha Underground. Did you? Okay.
It was wrestling. Okay. It was a wrestling TV show.
Yeah, basically, was it
TV production, but there was wrestling wrestling. I loved it.
Interesting.
I think the reason I say it's like we're in a historic time is it's not just AEW, because there's this moment where, like, people that watch and follow wrestling, there's so many good options. Like, yes, a lot of these other shows don't have these great television deals, but shows like MLW have an amazing show. Shows like Lucha Underground was great. MLW currently has most of
Yeah.
the Lucha Underground stuff.
Yeah,
and is
say
doing Lucha
and MLW had some wrestlers that you might like. Where do those guys go? They might be in MLW. You'll check it out.
Right.
Yeah.
And you have like a TNA is doing amazing things right now. Their shows are so much better.
Haven't
than they
watched
were.
that for a long time. You're getting me excited right now.
It's you've got and there's a lot of crossover, and of course you've got the NWA, which is run by Billy Corgan, which is really
Yep.
old school. It's really like they want you to have the 70s feel. They want you to feel like you're watching old Ric Flair, Dusty Rhodes type show. You
Sure.
have the burly guys that, that not every one of their guys is a six pack. A lot
Right.
of them are your Samoa Joe, Big Show type guys where, you're not going to get the big muscles all the time. They have those guys, but
Right.
those like
Sure.
you go in there and you go, these are the guys that you find in a bar that will kick your ass. And you
Sure.
feel that, but it's definitely got that 70s NWA feel to it. So it gives you something
Interesting.
different. You've got New Japan.
How do you have access to this? Is it always online? Do you have to pay a subscription? I know there's like a wrestling site that has a lot of these indie shows on it. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but I know that you get a subscription for like $15 a month and you get access to NWA stuff, some of the Ring of Honor stuff, and things like that. TNA has their own website as well. And then WWE went to
Peacock.
NBC, I think, or something.
Yeah,
Peacock, and then you got to subscribe to that. But the trouble with that is they pulled a lot of their content because of things that happened in that time, and I understand that it's corporate, but it's disappointing to me because they had their own site with all that stuff still in it, and so that kind of sucks for everybody. And AEW, I'm not sure if they have their own thing or not, a website or something where you can watch stuff. It's just televised, whatever you can get
it's
on
televised.
TV or something like that.
Well, whatever TNT Turner, whatever their Turner stuff is.
Right.
Eventually, now with the Discovery Warner merger, it sounds like it's going to be on like an HBO Max or Discovery Plus.
Sure.
Eventually.
Okay.
Now,
Well, that sounds good.
happens. So,
Bentley likes the Attitude Era too, so she
Right.
enjoys that as well. So yeah, there you go.
Good. Don't go back and watch them though, because half of those shows you go back and like, what the hell is this shit? This is weird.
No,
why are these Japanese guys chopping off this other dude's penis with a samurai sword? That is not.
That is not typical. That is one thing that happened.
Yeah.
I
Why is
remember
this
that.
old lady giving birth to a hand?
So
One thing, right? Just one thing.
I
How many?
okay.
How often do you? How
I'm
many
not
of these?
saying that it all was great. It obviously wasn't. However, it is interesting. Like you're like, what the fuck is this? Like, okay, listen, and correct me if I'm wrong, Epic. If you can elicit reaction, whatever it is from the crowd, really?
I'm looking at you, but
I know that, but you're not going to correct me because I'm probably right. If you can elicit a reaction from a crowd, no matter what it is, then that's going to put you over on just about anything that you do, whatever the reaction is, especially in wrestling, I think, but probably in other areas too. If people are indifferent to you, it's like, whatever, take it or leave it. That's not anything anybody's going to remember. Right. So why do you remember that point at time and the Attitude Era? Is because it's like, what the fuck is this? Like you're getting a negative reaction to it. But guess what? You remember that. If you get a positive reaction, like, holy shit, Mick Foley just jumped out the goddamn cage and landed on whoever he was fighting, Undertaker or somebody probably.
what is the worst movie you have ever
crazy.
seen in your life? That you're like, I take this DVD and I throw it in the trash.
What's what now?
The worst movie you have ever seen in your life.
The worst movie?
Yep. What is the worst movie you have ever seen? You saw it and you're like, why am I watching this? And you threw it in the trash. Or you walked out of the theater.
Oh, so I paid money already and I walked out of the theater.
Sure. Walked out of the theater, turned it off the TV because what is the worst movie you've ever seen?
It was probably something Evil Dead related. I'm just joking. I know you'd be upset. Oh, no reaction. Wow, you just did it. The Epic Realms is the best interviewer ever because they just hit him in the below the belt right now, and he just nothing. Wow, that's amazing. It wasn't that. It was the worst movie was probably God, it was I think it was Johnny Depp. I don't remember. It was like Chocolat. It was like some kind of a movie that some girl made me watch, and I'm like, I can't even finish this. I can't. This is like
You ruined my point.
I can't. That's it. What? Why? What did I ruin your point of?
Like it may be the worst. Like it's the worst movie, but you remember it.
I don't.
But you don't remember it. For me, it was a movie called Zombie Strippers.
Zombie Strippers was great. Oh my God, dude.
No.
Did you get through it?
No, yeah, we finished it, and then I literally ejected the DVD, broke it in half, went over the trash, threw it in there, grabbed the case, tossed the trash. I was like, this is the worst. Why did we waste? I will never get that 2 hours back.
I remember
will
Snow.
never forget.
Do you remember Snow? Snow, I took the tape and I threw it out the window of the truck that I was in when I heard the
Informer.
Snow. Yeah, Informer.
No one knows the words, but
I remember that song and stuff, and so but I haven't done that to a movie.
So yeah, it sucks, but you remember it, and that's kind of what that is.
That's okay though, isn't it? I mean, you remember that movie. It made an impression on you. I'm saying that is important for them. I mean, if nothing else. But
it's not, because I'm not going to tell anyone to go buy Zombie Strippers, and they're not going to make any money off of it.
But you have an enriched life experience because of it, right?
But for them, how are they going to get more viewers? How are they going to grow if nobody wants to watch that shit?
I mean, I
guess it's ratings and ratings, right?
I don't think that applies to the wrestling. Like, people, who is the audience for? You've got a wide range of audience, right, for wrestling.
Yeah. Like, there are people that are going to watch it no matter what it is. It doesn't matter what
people are going to watch it no matter what it is. So people, if they want watered down, dumbed down stuff, they're not going to get too complex. But then I like it more complex, and maybe they're not going to cater to me as much. And so I have to take that into consideration. Some of the stuff was like, oh, that's cringe, right? Some of that stuff in the Attitude Era is definitely cringe. Some of the points, like, I don't remember if it was Kurt Angle or somebody went into Vince McMahon's hospital room, started hitting him with a bedpan.
Yeah,
I mean, you remember stuff like that. Steve Austin. Do you remember Steve Austin doing a lot of different antics, right? And so bringing some of the different antics back because when you're watching something and you know what's going to happen, that's like the worst thing. It's like, I know what's going to happen here. But when you're watching something and you get things unexpected, what a pleasant surprise that is.
Yeah.
While you're watching it. And I think those are the memorable moments in your life when you can look back on it and go, is this a Zombie Strippers moment, or is this a Steve Austin driving a beer truck into the wrestling ring and hosing Vince McMahon down in the middle of it?
Right. Ellie wants to know, do you feel like they've improved women's wrestling?
No. TNA improved women's wrestling, in my opinion, with Gail Kim and some of the other wrestlers there. I don't feel like the WWE did any favors. A&E wrestling, I'm indifferent to, because I haven't watched a lot of the women's wrestling in there, but I feel like TNA allowed the women wrestlers to actually have matches, and there was a lot of women wrestlers there that actually had super great matches. And to me, WWE has done better as of late for some reason, especially on NXT with Triple H running that. But they had a few good matches, but you can tell the women that are there for eye candy and the women that are there for wrestling is so fucking painfully obvious that they need to stop doing that. What they need to do is find women wrestlers who gives a shit what they look like. If they know how to wrestle and they are good at wrestling, then they should have those women in their wrestling. Sorry, but whether they're eye candy or not, and then think, oh, they can learn to wrestle, bullshit. Sorry, yeah, Nick has a different opinion, clearly, but I feel like there was a lot of good matches there, and there's a lot of good matches in WWE. But when they pit a good women wrestler against eye candy, it's fucking sucks. I don't like watching it.
That last statement, I 100% agree with. It's hard because improved from when? Improved from the Attitude Era? Because like in the 70s and 80s, the women's wrestling was pretty good. You had people like Medusa and aka
True.
Alundra Blaze, Sensational Sherry.
They could wrestle.
You had some good wrestling. That was the thing. It was rare. So overall, I'm still gonna say yes, it's improved. But the Attitude Era did not help. Don't get me wrong. In the Attitude Era, there was still good, like Lita and Trish were probably the best two women wrestlers, and Trish didn't start out as a wrestler. Trish started out as eye candy.
She needed to learn a lot. Yeah.
Lita came from freaking. She didn't want to be eye candy. She wanted to be a wrestler. She went to freaking Mexico and learned to wrestle in Mexico. She was trained in Mexico. They brought her in because she was pretty. But she didn't see that in herself. She came in, she's like, I'm going to wrestle for the WWE. And then, that was her thing. And so she wrestled Mexican luchador style and came over. So, I mean, some of that, you had Victoria in the Attitude Era, who started off as one of the Godfather's, pose in the Attitude Era. But she could wrestle. Like Victoria, I loved watching her wrestle because it was always fantastic.
She wrestled in TNA, correct me if I'm wrong, had some great matches there.
She did. Gail Kidd started in WWE. Amazing wrestler. Also kind of eye candy. But yeah, then what happened is WWE was, they went into this Divas era where a couple of them, they got rid of most of the ones that could wrestle.
Yeah. What about oh, I don't want to be done. What about the Glamazon? The Glamazon, right?
Yeah,
She's
she could
with Edge or something. I was like,
Natty,
oh my god.
Natty Neidhart could wrestle.
Yeah. Why? And they
And
wanted to make her.
Natty Neidhart currently has the most matches in wrestling history. she's a first ballot Hall of Famer, guaranteed. I don't care what anyone says.
Amazing wrestler, but they never gave her it's
but
a whole
over
subject.
the course of the last I want to say 5 maybe 10 years, it has drastically changed. And I know I had Wild Bill Irwin on, and we're going to go over time here, but this isn't about the wrestling era. This is about women's wrestling in general. So we can keep talking about it because I know you're invested.
It's very technical.
I think I know Bill was on the podcast and he had very specific opinions. He was not a fan of women's wrestling, and I think it's the era in him standing out. But I think it's in my opinion, I think it's drastically gotten better when you've got almost everybody that's a woman on the WWE roster can have amazing matches.
Okay.
The younger, newer ones, maybe not so much because they're younger and newer. But I mean, you get a Becky Lynch, you get a Charlotte Flair, you get a Natty
Lynch,
you get a Natty Neidhart
from the UK or Scotland or something.
Yeah,
I mean,
you get a Sasha Banks, you get a
amazing.
Bailey, you get they all can put on amazing
a hell of a
matches.
show. And that's you're right, it definitely improved. But while Bill came from an era where it was a lot of eye candy, and that's probably where the opinions of that developed. Like lots of eye candy. Can't really wrestle, just eye candy. Those women are not eye candy. I mean, they're eye candy,
right?
But also,
what I think
holy shit,
he's
wrestlers.
Because he even thinks that modern wrestling isn't. He doesn't like how the wrestling, like he doesn't like watching it. He doesn't like the psychology of it, and I think so. He's like, he doesn't like the hair and he doesn't like the showmanship of the women's wrestling right now. Because every woman, like in WWE specifically, like every single one has to have a different hair color and has to have a different whatever. They're all playing the gimmick, which I thought was funny that was his gripe because he played a hockey player in WWE.
Okay.
So, but
you have to differentiate yourself, though, don't you?
Yeah. What makes you special? So he was like, if you just have a normal, down to earth, like I'm just a normal girl. He wants like a Miss Elizabeth, but wrestler. And have it just be like, why can't they just be a normal woman that is really good at wrestling? And I'm like, I can kind of see that part of it.
That's interesting.
But
Yeah,
that's like
you
saying,
you can have men do that.
That's what I'm saying.
Right?
Why can't you
definitely
have
do that?
who's the normal guy in wrestling? You've got
Right.
the Viper Randy Orton, and you've got Bray Wyatt,
Yeah.
the Psycho.
You've got so
Crazy.
many.
You've
right?
got the Tribal Chief. Like those are all
Yeah.
gimmicks. None of them are just.
Yeah,
I'm just
I
a
mean there
normal
are
guy.
gimmicks, but there's normal guys that just they come out and they just have a fucking chip on their shoulder. Whereas, is there women like that? And I would argue that I think that there are.
Yeah.
Like Charlotte Flair, like Bailey, like you mentioned, and also Becky Lynch. I mean, these are just women like. You fucking wronged me. I'm gonna have
Yeah.
a match with you now, and that's what's happening. And I think that's awesome. They don't really have that much of a gimmick, to be fair.
Yeah.
I feel like
Just because
Yeah.
they have flashy,
Yeah.
outfits, they have colorful eye makeup and colorful hair. It's like
True.
Ric Flair's robes, for crying out loud. Come on.
Right. Yeah.
It's all about.
I mean,
shows.
yeah, Charlotte has a little bit of a gimmick, but by and large, I mean, I don't see like somebody coming out as some weird, offshoot weird character. So,
Yeah.
Okay, is that it? Is there
That's
more?
it. That's all of our subjects for the day.
Yay!
We did it.
We did
How
it.
did everybody in the chat? How did you guys like the format of the show tonight? Some of the topics and subjects. Let us know because I'm very, very curious.
Send
about
comments
that.
to Epic Realms
Send
DMs.
comments to Epic Realms.
Send hate mail to Epic Realms.
And don't worry, if you guys are streamers and friends of mine, there is a chance you guys will be invited to be part of the show down the road. I plan to intersperse this with all kinds of, not just streamers, but I'll get some of the people from the podcast and stuff on here too, hopefully, and maybe some
Nice.
people that like I kind of want on the podcast, but I just don't know if I can, or if they're. I don't want to say I don't know if I can, but if they're like, there have been people that are like, hey, I wrote a book that it's on Amazon and you can download it as a PDF format and it's got 3 downloads, stuff like that. So like, but people that I know, and it's like, well, I can have them on this show. It's not necessarily the same as the podcast. So, So yeah, you had things to pique my interest. I really enjoyed it. Thought it was really good. It was a lot of fun. Awesome. Well, thanks, Octavius, for hanging out. What do you got going on? You got what streams are you going to be doing coming up?
Me? Oh, tomorrow I'm going to be on Bentley's stream. We're going to do Trine 2, the second part of the co-op series. I'm going to be eating something taco related. Although Sunstrider says that taco soup is not tacos. I would argue that it is tacos, even though it is soup. But we're going to be eating something taco related on Wednesday. I'm going to be doing another classic. Retro classic, going to be playing the old Prince of Persia from 1989, I believe. 1989. So I'm going to be doing that, and then Thursday I'm going to be doing another Terminator Thursday. So that's what's coming up. Sunday, of course, community streaming, but I'm going to be off Friday and Saturday. I got the days off. So yeah.
Ooh.
I'll
So
be in
far, unless
streams.
Bentley changes your plans on you.
Unless Bentley changes my goddamn mind.
You make time for me, Steven. Oh my God. Oh my God, Steven, you make time for me.
That was my impression of Bentley, I believe.
No context. No context. No context.
No context. But yeah, that's gonna be super fun. Everybody's been super supportive. Love the retro classic, but also no salt on Tuesday when I team up with Bentley to try to play the game. So it's gonna be kind of fun. Tomorrow night at 6:30 Central, I think, on that.
You need to play games that you absolutely can't stand on Saturday and call it No Salt Saturday.
Yeah. So, and then just have no salt.
And then just have all the salt.
Oh, all the salt.
Or you try not to be
I want a
salty.
salt meter.
You try to not be salty.
Is that just DVD?
Yeah,
Like,
I think it is.
you could just see the try to have no salt face. Like, okay, just gonna click next and continue. Not gonna say anything in chat.
Awesome.
Yep. What do you got coming up, Epic?
Tomorrow I am streaming a video game. I don't know what.
Okay, cool.
I don't know.
That sounds fun.
I don't.
Yeah, you
whatever.
do. You do.
I don't.
You know.
Maybe Batman, maybe Fallout, maybe Dead by Daylight. I really don't have a freaking clue at this.
Sure.
I haven't been thinking about it. Maybe Back for
So-
Blood. It's on sale.
Back for Blood.
It's
Back
on
for Blood is
sale.
on sale.
So maybe I'll.
Did you finish? You didn't finish Batman, right?
I
You're
didn't
still
finish
working on
Batman,
that?
so I've still got to
Okay.
finish. I've promised a few people. I know we've got some community
Yeah.
members that came in just for Batman, so
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
might do that. It's on the PlayStation, so sometimes that's a little bit more difficult to do. But everyone will get to see
sure.
how the green screen looks with the new lighting and stuff.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
So the
Absolutely.
green screen, obviously, you guys can. I'm assuming you guys can tell a visual difference just based on the lighting. For me tonight, so hopefully that translates over in the green screen and you can see that. And Wednesday is role playing D&D 5th edition. It'll be me, the blind GM, and Curly Girl on Wednesday. COVID provided. We had a member from New Year's that we were hanging out with tested positive for COVID today, so we will. All the streams are, based on health related. So keep track in Discord. Next Monday, I have a podcast interview with Danny Efforts from Sovereignty Games. Octavius, you and Bentley played one of the games on Sovereignty Games with me, or two of them.
That's going to be fun.
And so Sovereignty Games is a video game platform with multiple board games on it, and you can play board games from multiple different companies on there. And Danny is their media manager and is going to be joining us and talking about the game.
It's going to be awesome.
And stuff like that. So
Very
that is that day. And then we also have Nerdy coming up, comic book artist Erica Schultz. I am currently talking with the voice of Scooby-Doo voice actor
Zoiks.
To come on. Yeah. Nobody's surprise announcement. We're trying to hammer down a date with him. So he does he does a bunch of Hanna-Barbera voices. But yeah, Scooby, Shaggy, Scrappy Doo. He did the Scrappy Doo in the Scooby Doo movie with all that. He did the voice of Scrappy Doo and all kinds of stuff.
Awesome.
I can't think of the name off the top of my head because I've got so
How
many
does
names.
Epic do it with his hand in so many pies?
Right? That's right. So that's what is coming up. So join us for sure next Monday for that podcast as well. So it'll be a lot of fun. And I don't have the next Game Masters workshop scheduled, so there might not be one for January because it's so soon. So I might push that out to February.
That's okay. A lot of things coming up for you. I thank you for having me on here and doing this. This is fun.
Yeah. Thanks for being on here. We're gonna do a raid.
Yay. Okay.
When I was talking about raiding people, we talk about like how raids can be good for you and good for other people. And we talked earlier about, the stream culture and stuff like that. And I want to point out that you don't always have to raid. Raiding can be good for you as a streamer because you raid someone and maybe they'll raid you down the road. Or maybe, you see someone like, oh, they've got all these people, I'll raid them, and they have a lot of people, we'll see people. But sometimes you've got to remember that to other people, we are the bigger streamers. And some of our community members also stream, but they don't get that many viewers. And today, guys, we're going to help a member of the community out. We haven't chatted with him in quite a while. We're going to raid Nangs. Nangs has been in here quite a bit. And he is streaming. He's recently moved over to the VTuber slot, much to Octavius's chagrin. So Nangs is doing a VTube stream with a Deep Rock Galactic, which I've heard nothing but good things about. A lot of people love Deep Rock Galactic. I never really got into it.
It's a lot of fun. He's having a good time
game
with it. I've caught a few streams of his doing it, so it's going to be great.
So, but he's got some sort of channel point interaction where you can spawn stuff and do rewards and stuff on him.
Right.
So guys, thanks you so much for joining us tonight. Have a great evening. Go and hang out with the raid. Say hello to Nangs. Use your raid emotes. I don't care if they're mine. I don't care if they're Octavius's. I don't care if they're Bentley's. Use whatever raid emotes you want and say hello to Nangs for us. And drop a lurk. If you don't want to hang out there, make sure you click on his name so your view counts, and give him a lurk and help him get his numbers up there a little bit, and maybe he can get some new viewership from him. And if you don't follow him, give him a follow. He's a great guy. So have a great night, everyone, and take care.
Bye.
See you all later.